kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, kaya sa sirangalan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng mahiting, sa mandulupin, di ka masisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magtitindig, lumalang araw ng warhabit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling ko. Aming bigaya naman ay magamin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Thank you, everyone. You may now take your seats. Again, a pleasant morning to all of you. I'm Eden May de la Peña, and I will be your host for today. Welcome to the 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress, or ERDT Congress. The ERDT Congress is an annual event where ERDT scholars, faculty members, industry delegates, and government representatives can come together to discuss developments and pressing issues in the field of science and technology. We also have our poster competition for today, and later on, we will have a chance to view all the accepted papers with their posters during our exhibit viewing. But first, we would like to acknowledge the presence of some distinguished guests. Joined us today, we have visitors from the DOST. We also have our friends from SEI, Deputy Director Engineer Albert Marino, and Chief SRS, Mr. Peter Gabina. Supporting us today is the ERDT Program Leader, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling. Of course, the ERDT Consortium Universities, starting off with the Ateneo de Manila University, the Central Luzon State University, De La Salle University, Mapua University, Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, the University of the Philippines, Diliman, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, and last but not the least, the University of San Carlos. Let's acknowledge as well our friends joining us via Zoom today. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, and welcome to all of you. To start off our program, let us welcome the ERDT Program Leader and the Dean of the University of the Philippines, Diliman College of Engineering, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, to give her welcoming message.
Deputy DOST SEI Deputy Director Engineer Albert Marino, former DOST Undersecretary, ERDT Pioneer, and newly appointed Transco President, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, distinguished speakers in today's Congress, members of the ERDT Program Advisory Committee, the Steering Committee, ERDT project leaders, faculty members and staff, representatives from government, industry, the private sector, the academe and other stakeholders, ERDT scholars, may scholars ba tayo dyan? Students, and everyone who compete and thrive in a globalized economy. This heightens the call for us to make even greater contributions to the human capital needed for development. It requires us to upscale our efforts, outputs, and outcomes. It is therefore fitting that the theme of this year's Congress is on upscaling engineering education and research. As we heed the call to upscale, allow me to introduce a number of possible dimensions along which we may assess and measure or even pose questions about our past record and future ability to upscale. Vertical scaling. What have been our numbers so far? How many engineers with new skills and tools trained through new and more responsive curricula with the ability to do R&D must we inject into the economy and society? Have we grown not only in terms of absolute numbers, but also in gender and geographically inclusive ways? Scaling in depth. Have our academic programs evolved and responded to the times? How well have we been able to equip our graduates and faculty to make new contributions and explore the application of new and emerging technologies? Have we also looked at our internal capabilities, such as our faculty profiles and faculty development trajectories and plans? Aside from capabilities, we also need to think about content. The College of Engineering in UP Diliman recently instituted master's and PhD programs in artificial intelligence. Wearing my hat as dean, one traditional, if not narrow metric, might be the number of graduates it will eventually produce. As ERDT program leader, however, I would like to ultimately measure success by our ability to offer similar programs not only within the ERDT consortium, but also by our ability to assist and bootstrap similar programs in other HEIs nationwide. We need to work together to collectively scale in depth, which brings me to the next point, which is scaling horizontally. We need to look beyond our individual institutions because after all, ERDT is a consortium. However, how much of a true consortium have we been? How many of our programs or courses are joint or collaborative offerings? How well have we shared academic and research resources, including professors and advisors amongst us? How mobile are our students across the consortium? Have we also looked at growth and impact outside the consortium itself, or even the growth of the consortium? As of September 2018, based on CHED's figures, there were 673 HEIs offering engineering programs. Within these HEIs, only 12,258 faculty members had PhDs. PhDs nationwide are concentrated in less than 10% of the HEIs. How can ERDT address this glaring imbalance so that we can achieve upscaling on a national scope? This brings me to my final dimension, which is scaling impact. Our distinguished speakers in this year's Congress will talk about important and exciting topics such as curricular relevance, research as foundation for innovation, accelerating innovation through collaboration and collaborative spaces, technopreneurship, and service learning. These all have to do with scaling our impact and putting ERDT into its proper perspective, its critical role in sustainable national development. We need to re-examine ERDT within this important perspective of sustainable development. Before the year ends, I will be inviting everyone in ERDT to engage in introspection and re-examination, to conduct a retrospective on what we have achieved, missed, and learned, and to plan and strategize prospectively about its future, its renewed mission, and desired outcomes for our country's future. With this in mind, I warmly welcome everyone to ERDT's 10th Congress. I hope today's Congress not only provides us with answers, but stimulates further questions and insights as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Tanchuli. So truly, we should respond now to the call of upscaling our efforts and outcomes, and additionally, to heed the call to collaborate and scale our research impact. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that welcoming message. So now let us proceed to our keynote speaker for this morning. So our keynote speaker is the Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology. He may not join us today physically in this event, but we are still blessed that he can join us through a pre-recorded video. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the DOST Secretary, Renato Solidum.
DOST SEI Director, Dr. Joseph Bio, members of the ERDT Program Advisory Committee, Steering Committee, ERDT Program Leader, Dr. Maria Antonia Sancholing, ERDT Project Leaders, faculty members, representatives and colleagues from the government, the industry, the private sector, the academe, and other stakeholders, our dear scholars and authors joining the event physically and virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. In a collaborative study released in 2020, the DOST Science Education Institute and the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, PIDS, posited that while the S&T workforce forms only 5% of the country's total labor pool, demand for S&T human resource is projected to greatly increase due to the emergence of new technologies and industries. In 2021, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization UNESCO report on engineering for sustainable development highlights the vital role that science, technology, and engineering play in creating solutions to achieve sustainable development, which lead the way to prosperity and wealth creation, as well as overall economic advancement and social progress. Last September 15, 2022, the Department of Science and Technology held the 7th National Research and Development Conference at the Philippine International Convention Center in Pasay City, where we emphasized the critical roles of science, technology, and innovation in developing national wealth. We highlighted the call for stronger collaboration among the DOST and institutional partners in the private and public sectors to harness the power of research and development for wealth creation. There is no doubt addressing the S&T human capital requirement, particularly in science and engineering, is critical in achieving sustainable development goals. The Department of Science and Technology, through the DOST SEI and the Engineering Research and Development for Technology, ERDT program, is committed to accelerate human capital development and promote innovation in the engineering sector to meet the country's needs and fuel its development. Thus, the 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress. Indeed, today's theme, upscaling engineering education and research, is very timely. We need to level up innovation and collaboration to meet the demands to achieve the sustainable development goals. Most importantly, we need to upscale the development of S&T human capital to fuel knowledge creation. Together, let us boost innovation both in the academe and the industry, strengthen multi-stakeholder collaboration, and increase commercial and social application of technology. With our combined effort, we will achieve economic and social advancement of our cities and communities. With high hopes, may this 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress inspire all of us to continue to strive for innovation and contribute to nation building. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
Thank you very much, Secretary Solidum. All right, I know you are all excited to hear what our speakers prepared for us this morning. Kaya huwag na po nating patagalin ito at simulan na po natin sa ating unang magsasalita ngayong umagang ito. Our first speaker is an Associate Professor 5 at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Department of Geodetic Engineering. He completed his PhD in Surveying and Spatial Information Systems from the University of New South Wales, where he trained under the Satellite Navigation and Positioning Laboratory. He led a number of research projects on smart cities, space applications, archaeology, and geodesy. In addition in his academic career, he also consulted for the UN, Copernicus, and international and national aid organizations. He is the founder and managing director of the Research and Development Laboratory for Computational Geodesy and the program or the project leader of Dream LiDAR Commercial Services. He is also currently serving as the chairman of the UP Department of Geodetic Engineering and the director of the Training Center for Applied Geodesy and Photogrammetry. Let us all welcome our first speaker, Dr. Sar Jakiri S. Sarmiento.
Hello. All right. There we go. Thank you for that generous introduction. Iba pa rin talaga pag face-to-face, ano? Nandyan yung kaba, nandyan yung namimit mo yung mga tao na matagal mo nang hindi namimit. I saw some good friends of mine. Yeah, this was taken in Sydney many years ago. I may or may not be going through something during this time, may or may not be my dissertation. I was supported by the ERDT, by the way, so thank you very much for the ERDT for supporting my study. Hindi naman po ako mukhang nag-e-enjoy sa photo, no? So, hindi po beach yung pinunta ko sa Sydney, but to study and to get new skills. The thing that I want to drive in this photo, ito pong mga kasama ko dito are former students of mine. Itong tao po na to, this guy, binagsak ko po yan sa isang subject. I remember giving them one exam na isa sa mga pinakamahirap na questions was something na hindi niya masagot. Tapos sinabi niya, God is the answer to everything. So, oh my God, paano ko i-scorean to? Jesus wept na lang, ganun. But when I arrived there, nag-usap kami, bahagya, and he thanked me for the training that we gave them. These are the students that built the new Sydney Light Rail. So that the thing that I want to emphasize in this slide is there was a need, and there's the training that we give them through the curriculums that we develop. So this gives us some confidence that what we do somehow is working, and is making an impact not just in the local community, but also in the international community. So, pagka-graduate po nila, binigyan sila ng provisionary visa ng Australian government. I may be ranting at this point, pero ganun sila mamirata ng mga estudyante natin. So, in that sense, I guess that's some level of confidence na what we are doing, at least in the curriculums that we have, is something that is at par with what's happening in the international community. So just a bit of an introduction about the department. Our department was established in 1937, so I'm going to give a deeper history. a little bit later on. The Department of Geodetic Engineering and the Training Center for Applied Geodesy is kind of like a two-headed dragon. So meron kaming for the academic services, which is the UP Department of Geodetic Engineering, and yung research component namin and extension services is housed under the Training Center for Applied Geodesy and Photogrammetry, which was established in the 1960s. So, yung mga courses po na dinedevelop namin are not just academic courses for Bachelor of Science degrees and MS degrees. We also develop training courses that we give out for free for government workers. So that's added responsibility for the faculty, pero that is somehow something that develops the culture of the department to be sensitive to the needs of the industry and what is the cutting edge outside of the campus. So this is how we're organized under the department. We have multiple committees that are headed by faculty members. These have our administrative tasks, basically. So we're divided, medyo maraming acronyms, pero they're basically internals, externals, general welfare. Meron kaming quality management systems committee to maintain yung quality ng lahat ng bagay. Meron din kaming undergraduate programs committee. So that's a separate committee that actually looks at the programs that we provide. And the graduate programs committee as well. So there's this intentionality of focus to the arrangement of the curriculums that we give. We're divided into, not really divided, no, we're organized into thematic laboratories. This is something that's quite different from what we're used to na you have different tracks, and then based on those different tracks, you divide your laboratories under one department. So the thematic laboratory system works for us because it encourages collaboration between laboratories. For example, there's this surveying problem that we have. There's not one laboratory that focuses on surveying. You can have multiple laboratories working on one problem, bringing different dimensions or perspectives to solve that problem. We're ably supported by our administrative support staff. We have students that are organized into student organizations, and of course we have unaffiliated students as well. The culture of collaboration under department is quite encouraging. Usually kasi when you have two student organizations in one department, usually rivals yung mga yan, di ba? Nag-aaway yan. Well, there's this rivalry of course, but there's a friendly rivalry among the students. And right now, for the events that one student organization is hosting, you can see that the other student organization is also helping them out, which is a good sign for the department as well. We have an alumni association, the UP Geomatics Alumni Association, which is registered under the government, and they're dealing with our efforts externally. They're the ones helping us out in reaching out for partners. Some of our graduates, maybe they established their own companies that we're not aware of. And through the UPGAA, they're the ones making the effort to reach out to these companies. Now, even yung mga companies po na graduate natin, there's still that culture of collaboration. Hindi sila nag-aagawan ng projects, but they actually help each other out as well. We have research projects under the TCAGP. For each research project, there are research personnel involved. Currently, we have around 80 people working on research projects. Thank you for the time. And we're also reaching out to external partners as well. So one of the mottos that we have in the department is, remember yung quote na hindi lumingon sa pinanggalingan di makakarating sa paroroonan. For the department, we have something like, ang hindi nag-backsight, hindi makaka-foresight. Yung mga natatawa dito, mga civil engineers to mga to. Alam nila yung surveying na terms na yon. No? So, in order for us to understand how we became adaptive, how we became aligned to industry needs, I want you to understand the history of the department. The curriculum of the department of the programs that we offer under the department are born out of collaboration and are born out of need. So makikita po natin sa history ng department na we have instituted programs in response to an external factor. So Just to give a brief rundown of the history, in 1912, under the BS Civil Engineering program, a surveying course was instituted that lasted for about 8 weeks during the summer vacation period. So ganun lang yung simula ng BSGE dati. The required course was taken in Los Baños by our students following the second year of their preparatory curriculum and was transferred a year later to the Baguio campus permanently. Now, 9 years later, during the academic year of 1921, the surveying course was abolished, and in place of that surveying course, a practicum program was established in the Bureau of Public Works. This was taken by third-year CE students during the summer vacation. Now, in 1925, under arrangement with the Bureau of Land, from the Bureau, called the pensionados, were given free education in UP, while the Land Bureau were to provide the needed instructors in the surveying course. So yung faculty members noong time na yun, galing sa government. So imagine, you're working for the government and then you're tapped to teach in the university. Imagine the wealth of knowledge that you have and the experience that you have. Maximo Lachica was appointed as the head of the School of Surveying, which was overseeing the offering of the BSGE program. Now, at the end of the academic year of 1939, the first batch of BSGE graduates was presented in the commencement exercises together with the likes of Professor Norberto Villa and Professor Ilio. There were not only the first graduates of the GE program in UP, but were the first BS Geodetic Engineering holders in the world. So ito yung first na BS Geodetic Engineering sa buong mundo. Of course, they name it something else outside of the Philippines, either engineering or survey engineering or maybe some other names. No? Pero yung geodetic engineering sa atin nanggaling. By the early 1940s, nagkaroon ng World War. The offering of the BSGE course was highly affected by the declining enrollment in the program. So it's not always sunshines and meron din kaming pinagdaanan na dips in the enrollment. Because of the war, nagkaroon ng halting. Natigil yung offering ng BSGE program for about a year, and then we resumed offering the program after the war. In 1956, after a decade-long service as the head of the department, Professor Angel Tronqued retired from government service and was replaced by Professor Norbert Villa in the same year. The transfer of personnel serving in the GE department was formally transferred from the Bureau of Lands to the university. Dati kasi yung sweldo nila nanggagaling sa Bureau of Lands. So baliktad. So kung si Dingev na secondment from the university to DOST, yung sa Bureau of Lands, sila yung naka-secondment sa university. So baliktad yung nangyari nung time na yan. Next slide, please. There we go. In the 1960s, with the election of President Diosdado Macapagal, they wanted to do something about land reform. So may land reform need. Kaya lang kulang yung land experts sa Pilipinas noong time na yan. So he wanted to create an institute to train existing government workers on lands expertise, basically. So dito na na-develop yung concept of the Training Center for Applied Geodesy and Photogrammetry, a name of which must be updated na kasi marami na tayong ginagawa outside of this. The TCAGP was immediately tasked to provide the necessary training for government personnel in the execution of land capability surveys, mapping, aerial photogrammetry, which were needed in the implementation of the country's land reform program. So there's a need, and we established a center to offer training courses to address that need. Now, included in that agreement was the construction of the east wing of the Melchor Hall. Kung makikita po natin yung photo na to sa taas, this was Melchor Hall na wala pang Villa Wing, na wala pa yung east wing. Now, because of this agreement, itinayo yung east wing ng building. Kaya nabalanse na yung Melchor Hall. No? Dati kasi medyo saliwa sa kanan. So, another important milestone in the GE program that happened in June of 1965 was the passing of the Republic Act 4250. What is the Republic Act 4250? It's an act that would provide scholarships for students who study geodetic engineering. Magkano yung allowance ng mga estudyante noon? 300 pesos per month. Now, if you factor in inflation, siguro yung last na research ko, yung $1 before is about $9.40 ngayon, di ba? You factor in the exchange rate, that's about 45,000 pesos per month for BSG students. Ganon kalaki yung allowance nila established by law. Unfortunately, yung 300 pesos na yon, nakalagay siya dun sa batas. So hanggang ngayon, 300 pesos pa rin yung binibigay sa mga bata. And wala nang nag-a-apply, syempre 300 pesos na yon. Medyo mataas na yung bilihin ngayon. Balance of effort and benefit. Sabi nila, masyadong marami ng effort na binibigay for this amount. So this is something that we can also look at in supporting our students. It's possible to actually enact a law that is programs-based to help out our students. Now, in 1966, we had the inaugural issue of the Journal for Geodesy and Photogrammetry. 1968, 2 new training programs were established in the department. Our training programs during that time were semesters long. Mahaba po sila. Ngayon, 3 weeks na lang sila. In response to the feedback from the government na hindi namin makocommit yung tao namin for the long semester. 3 weeks lang yung kaya namin. So we redesigned our program to match that request. In 1971, we had graduate courses in geodesy and photogrammetry. In 1980, this was the rocky years of the BS Geodetic Engineering program. Ito po yung panahon na there's a lot of talk about devolving the BSGE program into the mining engineering program kasi konti yung enrollees namin. So we had to do something. We had to increase or maybe strengthen the ties that we have outside in order for us to make the case that we're still relevant. What we provide is still substantial to national development. Again, the need, the adjustment, and the provision of the solutions. In 1993, under the Philippine-Australian Remote Sensing Project, the GE faculty members and students were trained by experts from Australia. Dito na-establish yung RS Image Analysis Laboratory and the GIS Laboratory. So in 1994, we established our Master of Science in Remote Sensing in response to this project. So again, there's a need from the government, there's external support, and there's the response. We established another master's program. In 1999, the conferment of the Center of Excellence in Geodetic Engineering by the Commission of Higher Education highlighted the department's significance in the national arena, further strengthened its mandate as a leader in the field of geodetic applications and geospatial research. Training programs for various government agencies have continued. So ngayon, meron kaming training programs that can be customizable. We give them for free, yung 3 weeks na regular training courses namin. Meron din kaming customized training courses that usually the government pays for. In 2004, there's a Republic Act that mandates all junior geodetic engineers to upgrade to a senior geodetic engineer. So agad-agad, the department developed a training course na medyo fast track for them to be upgraded to senior geodetic engineers. In the same year, the Department of Geodetic Engineering designated Dr. Rod Gonzalez as the new head of the department. She's the first woman chair of the department, and with her comes new expertise, new avenues that we can explore as a department. She came from France nung time na kinuha siya from the department. So merong international na hatak si Ma'am Rod. On March 2007, the first batch of students who had taken GE 198 special problems successfully finished and defended their undergraduate research papers. 2010, a new degree program upgrading the MSRS program was instituted. Ito po yung MS Geomatics Engineering that has 3 tracks: Applied Geodesy, Remote Sensing, and GIS. So history shows us how sensitive and agile the department is in instituting and adjusting curricula depending on the circumstance and the need. For the past 5 years, and most especially for the last couple of years, we've encountered a lot of challenges, seismic changes in the way we do things. No? Meron tayong K-12 program, so yung curriculum natin from a 5-year curricula, naging 4-year curriculum, tapos meron pa tayong fast track na 4 years na curriculum. No? Other than the K-12 program, nagkaroon ng pandemic, so everyone had to change their syllabus in response to the pandemic. Nagkaroon ng issues na like yung grade inflation daw, dumami yung mga may honors sa atin. Sabi namin, bakit sa department namin bumaba yung may honors, sa inyo tumaas? So there must be something, no, na kailangang i-tweak doon sa response na yun. For the past 5 years, yun yung nangyari, and our curriculum response can be summarized in 3 words. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. I love this guy. Actually, excuse lang para magpasok ako namin sa presentation. Pero these are very helpful, not just in designing our curriculums, but also in managing our departments as well. You adjust your curriculum to meet the current challenges, pandemic for example, di ba? And the future challenges that your department may have. It's a tricky balance. It's a big balancing act, coupled with accreditations that can sometimes be curriculum-based. Triggering change is a big task which can be guided by the following principles. Okay. First is we review the curriculum regularly. We understand the skills demand from outside. Okay. More on that later on. We act on the findings, identify the gaps in the provision. We act on the findings, and we use the curriculum to fulfill the vision and the mission of the department. So to position the curricula for good alignment to external factors, it needs to be sensitive, adaptive, and future ready. Sensitivity to external feedback. How sensitive is our curriculum to external needs and circumstances? You know, most are increasing their sensitivity using surveys. Nagpapasurvey tayo sa alumni natin, nagpapasurvey tayo sa graduates natin. Pero there must be something else that we can do to increase this sensitivity. Sometimes kasi yung surveys natin may not capture what the industry actually needs. They may not capture what the department can actually do. Adaptivity. What's the revision process of your curriculum? Mahaba ba? Maiksi ba? Okay. There are strategies to revising the curriculum. Kung mas madaling magbago ng syllabus, why not go that route for your curriculums to be more active? Will it be fast enough to address the now? The third thing is future ready. So in our experience, yung curricula can usually have this lifespan of about 5 years. By the 3rd year, kailangan nire-review mo na yung curriculum mo. But at this day and age, you have to have something in your curriculum or in the courses that will enable you to address the present needs even before that revision process. So for the department, we have taken the following practical steps to address these characteristics. The first 5 are directly related to the curriculum, while the second half of the list are steps that indirectly affect it. So this is not an exhaustive list. I'm sure there are more. So taking a closer look at the list, most were taken to increase sensitivity, as if in a relationship, you know, you have to listen intentively, intentionally, in order for you to get the needs of the industry. Now to drive in further the point, we established or we formed a strategic plan, a long-term strategic plan for the department. In the interest of time, I'm going to go through this quickly, but I'm happy to provide you with a copy of the slide deck. One of the best advice that I got from my supervisor when I was taking my PhD is that bite off what you can chew and chew like crazy. You cannot do everything. So the department focused on 3 particular factors research leadership, educational excellence, and department relationships. Department relationships is a big part of why we are able to align ourselves with what the industry needs. So the items listed here are actually items that are being done in the short term. Sana kung may monitor, no? So let me move forward. I want to focus on, there you go, educational excellence. So we're currently looking at establishing 3 new offerings for the department. Yung first is how we want to revitalize our current MS program. Yung MS program po kasi namin 10 years old na. Matagal na yung curriculum, hindi pa na-update. No? So we need to update that. And then there's talks of offering a Masters in Engineering program. Ano yung difference sa Masters of Engineering sa MS? No? Yung Masters of Engineering, we look at it as if it's a professional master's. If you're not inclined to do research, maybe we can provide you with an avenue to increase your skills. Na short term lang, 1 year maybe. And if you want to take a PhD, may additional research courses ka lang. So hindi siya yung dead end na, oh may MN ka, hindi ka pwede mag-PhD. And of course, with the increase in faculty members that have advanced degrees, we're now looking at establishing the PhD in Geomatics Engineering program, which is going to be the first in Southeast Asia. For the department relationships, one thing that I want to emphasize, just to drive something, is yung social network presence. This is a creative way for us to reach out to more people, not just to our students, but also to our external partners as well. Kasi everybody seems to be so active in social media nowadays, and it seems to be working then for the department. This is one of the reasons why the conferences that we're handling have excellent response. In reality, strategy is actually very straightforward. You pick a general direction and you implement like hell. So for faculty development, we have a long-term plan of having all our faculty members PhD holders by 2035. Pero yung plan po na ito from 2019 to 2030, by 2030, hopefully lahat na ng faculty members may PhD. This is beneficial kasi PhD holders can propose projects na medyo malakihan, they have the experience to do research, they can handle relationships that they have, they're technically sound, and so on. And this is something that we follow religiously. After speaking with Dean Giev kanina, she made me realize about one thing, no? Why not go for balik scientists to accelerate the process? And that's something that we can also do in our respective departments. And because of this, we're able to do pandemic response, both within our expertise and outside of our expertise. We're also handling research projects that increase our interfaces with government agencies and local partners. This is something that I want to drive. Research is about addressing a need, but we prioritize the client's priorities. The X factor is prioritizing your client's priorities. There may be a need, pero hindi nila priority. Hindi magiging sustainable ang research project kung ganon. No? This is something that we implemented for the past 2 years. Dean Gev was very helpful in providing insights to this project during the proposal stage. Project Lungsod is a project that's implemented in the city of Iloilo. What's different about this project is that the city government has taken ownership of the project. Sila na yung nagpro-promote ng projects, which is what the OST wants to happen. The city government passed a resolution for 33 plantilla items, especially for the command center. That's a big thing kasi may sustainability na yung project. And lastly, the interest is expanding. The interest for this project is high, opening new conversations and new partners, even partners that are non-traditional partners for the department. And just to show you, this is a video. To emphasize the point. Sorry, may ano ba? Audio.
Simply because of one thing, growth.
Actually, Baka Local Project, it is an e-commerce platform wherein we give avenue for local products to be promoted and sold online. We came across this project because we had a difficulty of achieving our goal of helping our local micro, small, and medium enterprises during the pandemic. Pre-pandemic, we used to do our weekend fair via our Produkto Lokal platform, Produkto Lokal event. However, since COVID-19 started in the Philippines and worldwide, there is restrictions when it comes to social distancing, holding events, gathering people. So it became a problem to most of our MSMEs. How can they sustain their business? And because of that concern that they have encountered, we came up with the e-commerce platform of Baka Local because the only way to go during pandemic is through digital. Everybody takes everything through digital platform. It's the only and the most convenient way for them to be able to get the needs and the services that they wanted during the pandemic. And although the e-commerce platform was already in the 5-year plan of the Youth First Initiative Philippines organization, but the pandemic gave us an opportunity to fast-track that project. Because prior to the pandemic, we had that plan, but we never had the opportunity to be able to introduce it to the market. But pandemic gave a way for us to be able to know and for us to be able to deliver the importance of a platform, an online platform in introducing or in helping lift up or jumpstart the economy of Iloilo City and of course I think worldwide also. I think it's very much important for any city, not just particularly Iloilo City, to be adaptive to innovation and change simply because of one thing: growth. If we don't adopt to anything that comes into our way, we never grow. Of course, we acknowledge the fact that everything, when something new is being introduced to us, it would always be difficult. But those difficulties actually make us adjust, make us grow as individual and as a community. When I first heard about smart cities, there's actually 3 words that came into my mind. The first one is convenience. Imagine, it's everything at your fingertips. The next one, aside from convenience, it's also collaboration. Being able to produce an effective smart city, you need to have collaboration with different agencies that is involved in running into a city or running a city. And the third one is a sense of community. In smart cities, we develop community simply because hindi lang siya project ng iisang organization. It's a project of different, both public and private government, public and private agencies that go as one community to be able to deliver and resolve a problem that a community faces. So yun, it's actually 3 C's. It's convenience, community, and at the same time, it's collaboration. As Filipinos, we are very much adaptive, and at this point, or for the last 10 years, 5 years, the Filipinos have always been craving for one big change. And I think the struggle, there might actually be a struggle at first. Of course, there would be a struggle when you introduce something new to a community. But I think in general, the Philippines, and particularly Iloilo City, specifically Iloilo City, will be very much willing to embrace the change that smart cities will be bringing in here in our community. For Project Lungsod, I think it's very much, we appreciate the fact and we are very grateful for the project to be able to be the front runner in injecting this kind of innovation in all aspects of a city. Thank you for binding all agencies for us to be able to produce and address a major change or a major concern in all other cities. And me, on behalf of YFI or Youth First Initiative in the Project Baka Local, is very much honored to be partnering with you in delivering this change into our humble city, the city of Lavo.
right. We're going to end with that slide. There's a lot more actually for this presentation, but I'm going to go through them quickly na lang. We established 2 new research labs under the pandemic and 1 new instructional lab. We held conferences under the new normal. Of course, we had to adjust, sabi nga dun sa video, and this is something that the students emulated in establishing their own conferences as well. Hindi mawawala ang social responsibility to be sensitive again to the needs of the people. Our student performance, our students are flourishing during the pandemic. Not only do they perform well in licensure examinations, but also in international competitions. So let me end with this slide. This is actually the college motto, knowledge, progress, and service. In designing curriculums or in managing colleges and departments, I guess this is one important principle that we can all agree to. No? When your values are clear, your decisions will be simpler. Even if the decisions are tough, they will be simple. They won't be easy, but they will be simple when your values are clear. So with that, thank you very much for listening and looking forward to the next presentations. Looking forward to the next
Thank you very much, Dr. Jack. So, napaka-powerful na mga words ni Dr. Sarmiento, no? Kasi he didn't just share with us yung history and facts about the Department of Geodetic Engineering, but he also shared with us powerful words which are improvise, adopt, and overcome. So, hindi lang pala sa curriculum adjustments yun pwedeng i-apply, but also to our projects as well. Kasi continuous evolving yung mga projects natin, di po ba? Yan. Maraming salamat again, Dr. Jack, for your presentation. Okay, now let us proceed to our second speaker this morning session. Our next speaker is a Professor 12 at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, at the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute, specializing in digital signal processing. She's part of Science and Technology for 10 years until July 2022 as Undersecretary for R&D, Undersecretary for S&T Services, and Executive Director of DOST Fishery. She was the proponent and first program leader of the DOST Science for Change program that received the United Nations Public Service Award in June 2022. She was the youngest and first female dean of the UP College of Engineering from 2004 to 2010 and was the proponent and first project leader of the ERDT. She received her BSEE and MSEE degrees from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and her PhD-EE degree from the University of Michigan. She has been the recipient of several awards in engineering and education, including the 2010 Metrobank Outstanding Teachers of the Philippines and 2018 Gawad Career Executive Service Presidential Award. Friends, let us all welcome our next speaker, Dr. Rowena Cristina L. Guevara.
Thank you for the generous introduction, Dr. Eden. Dean Tonette Tanchuring, Dr. Roel Ocampo, Assistant Dean of the College of Engineering, Dr. Rafi Guerrero, Dr. Theody Saico, Dean Kathleen Aviso, Dean Jonathan Salvacion, Dean Noel Perez, Dean Rose Ferolin, and Dean Rose Amongo. So happy to see, Dean Sheila. So happy to see that there are 5 women deans in the ERDT Consortium. Nung kami, 2 babae, 5 lalaki. Ngayon, 5 babae, 2 babae. To the speakers, Dr. Jack Sarmiento, Dr. Kevin Yaptenko, officials, faculty members, and students of the ERDT Consortium, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. It has been 15 years since the engineering research and development for technology started after former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo approved our proposal on April 3, 2007. I've met graduates of the scholarship in various places across the country and was very happy to see that some of them are doing R&D either in the academe, in an R&D institute, or even in a startup. Truly, the ERDT Consortium and its graduates have made impact to the country's S&T landscape. By the way, Dean Sheila was a first graduate of ERDT scholarship. She's now the Dean of MSU IIT. Congratulations to the ERDT Consortium for building the human capital infrastructure of our country. When we started in 2007, we had only 180 researchers per million Filipinos. Today, we have reached the UNESCO benchmark of 380 researchers per million population. My talk is about research, the foundation of groundbreaking innovations. I'll start with sharing with you DOST's definition of innovation, give you some examples, and trace back the beginning of some notable innovations, give some examples and trace back the beginning of some technologies that have found their way into innovation, suggest some areas for R&D from the Harmonized National R&D Agenda that some of you might consider when you're working on your project, thesis, or dissertation, and conclude with some suggestions on how to move forward. Next slide, please. Okay. Innovation is a process, product, or service that is new, original, or improved, which creates social and economic value. Pag wala yung last 5 words, it is not an innovation. Ideas, patents, designs, prototypes, and other research outputs are not innovations unless translated into a product, service, or process that creates social or economic value. Next slide, please. This graph shows technology penetration versus time. O, lahat naman kayo marunong magbasa ng graph, ano? Before 1900, the light bulb was an invention with very few users, and it was expensive. As light bulbs were mass-produced, the situation changed, and almost every home has light bulbs now. Today, we take light bulbs for granted and only think about it when the light bulb is busted. It took over 100 years for the light bulb to become ubiquitous or vanishing technology. For cell phones, before we were happy to call and text using our cell phones. Today, we can edit PowerPoint presentations, perform bank transactions, virtually attend meetings, and have your food delivered wherever you are using your cell phone. Only 20 years for the cell phones to become ubiquitous. Slide, please. There are several elements that are necessary in cultivating a culture of innovation. First is R&D that allows innovators to check the science, manufacturability, usability, etc. of an idea. S&T infrastructure refers to research and test labs, maker spaces, co-work spaces, where you can work on technical and non-technical aspects of your ideas, product, service, or process. If you're working on failure analysis, you may need DOST's ADMATEL. If you are perfecting the formulation of a food product, you may do it at the Food Innovation Center at DOST. Next, we need capable people who can undertake the research, file IP protection, manufacture the product, test the product, market the product, etc. Thus, the need for focused human resource development. And lastly, promotion. We need to evangelize about innovation among our people. Since we are an innovative nation, eka nga, madiskarte tayo. But we do not have enough promotion for innovations of our researchers, scientists, and engineers. So kayo, dapat mag-evangelize kayo about the innovations coming from engineering. Next slide, please. Here's a list of groundbreaking innovations. Electrification made it possible for humans to improve their living condition. The automobile addressed mobility of persons and goods. The airplane shortened travel time. Each of these innovations can be traced back to the seminal research that started it all. Some of the research were started in response to World War I and World War II and were later adopted for civilian use. Some of the theories behind research were formulated hundreds of years ago but could not be implemented into algorithms until the equipment and infrastructure were developed. In my field, digital signal processing, many of the equations that we use were formulated in the 1400s to 1700s, but there were no computers available until about 25 years ago to make the algorithms work. Most of all of these innovations resulted from multiple research that were usually not connected at the beginning. Next slide. For the light-emitting diode, in 1907, electroluminescence was discovered. 20 years later, LOSEV report the creation of the first LED. After another 25 years, a patent was applied by Lehevec. After 8 years, in 1960, LEDs that produced red light was widely used as indicators in equipment. It took another 27 years before they came up with high brightness LEDs in brake lights and traffic lights. In 2008, LED penetrated the consumer market, and for 11 years, the market got bigger as LEDs replaced light sources that used 10 times more power for the same luminance. It took LEDs 115 years from the phenomenon to the consumer market. Next slide. For computers, it was faster. From a 1943 prototype called ENIAC that took up 139 square meters to the first desktop in 1964 for exhibition and 1971 for sale. By the 80s, many companies were vying to create laptops. Today, many of the cell phones in this room are more powerful than ENIAC that was built 80 years ago. Computer science, microelectronics, power electronics, ergonomics, material science, communications, psychology, and many other fields contributed to this 80-year span of innovation for computers. Next slide. In 1969, the Internet began as an academic research network funded for the military, the US military. I sent my first email over the Internet in 1992. Today, almost all the cell phones in this room are connected to the Internet. In less than 50 years, the Internet has achieved ubiquity in our society. Di ba nagagalit tayo pag walang Internet? Next slide. We even have the Internet of Things today, physical objects with sensors, processing ability, software, and other technologies, and that connect and exchange data with other devices and systems over the Internet or other communication networks. Examples are smartwatches, smart shoes, smartphones, smart cars. With all these informations churned by many devices, we have now big data that can be mined for information. Now, data science has become very popular, but many of the theories of data science were developed over 100 years ago. But it is only now that they can be implemented in almost real time. Next slide. When you start thinking about your research, I hope that you would consider our country's needs. Dahil scholar naman kayo ng Pilipinas, di ba? Shown here is the Harmonized National Research and Development Agenda, or HNRDA, in the 5 fields of basic research, health, agriculture, aquatic and natural resources, industry, energy and emerging technology, and disaster risk reduction and climate change. Next slide. HNRDA 2022 to 2028 was crafted by multiple government agencies, the private sector institutions, and academic institutions to cover all government-funded research in the country. So ito pang government-funded research lang. Kayo, di ba, government-funded research din kayo kasi scholar kayo ng Pilipinas. The HNRDA is anchored on the Philippine Development Plan and is therefore aligned to the country's needs. If you align your research with the HNRDA, then you are aligned with the needs of the country. Next slide. Here's an example, a page of a roadmap from the HNRDA for artificial intelligence R&D. Similar roadmaps for quantum computing, cognitive computing, and other areas under the 5 fields are found in the HNRDA's last pages. The arrow shows the year when the topics on top of the arrows will be funded. Under the arrow, the implementation year and the funding are shown. So aralin niyo kung paano magbasa ng ganitong roadmap para si Deputy Director Albert Marino saka si Mr. Peter Gavino gaganahan doon sa mga research proposal ninyo. In fact, before I left DOST, we agreed with the DOST SEI that all scholars should be doing R&D that are aligned with the harmonized national R&D agenda of the country. Next slide. If we follow the HNRDA, it will help us transform innovative ideas to tangible and accessible tools useful for our daily lives. The research output can guide key stakeholders in addressing societal concerns like food security, hunger, poverty, job generation, health crisis, disasters, and climate change, among others. In the next few slides, I have chosen specific areas of the HNRDA that I believe are good areas for scholars of ERDT Consortium. Next slide. For healthcare, there are 4 areas. Let's start with basic research. Alam naman po natin na yung ating mga bodies of water are calling for a lot of help, technical help. In fact, people today are afraid of eating fish coming from natural bodies of water and prefer those that are grown in aquaculture simply because our waters are very dirty already. Kayo, mga engineers, kaya niyong isolve yung problem na yan. The Philippines, we get a lot of rain, no? Last week lang, daming ulan eh. But did you know that we only use 5% of that water for our use? Kasi hindi tayo pa marunong mag-imbak ng tubig tama, kulang pa yung engineering para ma-harness natin yung available na water. Eh, diba may mga lugar pa nga sa Pilipinas, wala pa rin drinking water. And then of course, we need to make our communities sustainable. So all of these are basic research, and sometimes engineers think that they cannot do basic research. Hindi po totoo yan. Some engineers, especially in the fields of material science, are doing a lot of basic research. Next slide. For health, there are 4 areas. The pandemic showed us clearly what we lack, from ventilators to other biomedical equipment. The ever-present tropical diseases such as dengue, leptospirosis, chikungunya, need diagnostics equipment to save lives. Of course, project leaders for these kinds of research will be clinicians, but they need engineers to make it work. With 110 million Filipinos, the universal healthcare law can only succeed if we have ICT for health. While human development penetrates the most beautiful places in our country and contribute to climate change, healthcare will also change, and innovations have to be developed to keep up with these changes. Next slide. For agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources research, we need monitoring systems and machineries, and all the other technologies in between. Next slide. In Agriculture 4.0, farmers are transforming to smart farming using Internet of Things, machine learning, automation, and nanotechnology, among others. It is getting these technologies developed into innovative products, services, and processes, which will be the game changer for the agriculture sector. Next slide. This is a very long list that most of you are familiar with. Galing to sa PSHEARD. Human security was recently added to cover national defense. Many of the new facilities of DOST are anchored in these areas. such as Green Packaging Lab, Advanced Materials Testing Lab, Advanced Manufacturing Center, the Medical Textile Testing Lab, and so much more, including facilities of the Philippine Space Agency. Next slide. There are also cross-discipline research such as Gitara ni Juan that develop prototype, design, and standardization of guitar-making processes for quality guitars or classic guitars using selected Philippine woods. Alam niyo ba yung mga imported na wood? Tataas nga yung presyo ng gitara from 3,000 to 120,000 pesos. But using science and technology, our engineers were able to figure out which among our woods locally available has the same acoustic property as the birch wood that are imported. And because of that, they were able to help the guitar makers come up with designs for classical guitars that can compete in the market. Pero ang paborito ko dito, after the research, they put up a startup company called Alama. And now they are doing business. Sana po ganyan din yung mangyari sa mga research ninyo. Next slide. For DRRCCA, we cover observation and monitoring, modeling, assessment, communications, mitigation, and adaptation, risk management, and policy research. Next slide. In 2015, DOST decided to build microsatellites by sending our engineers to Hokkaido University and Tohoku University. In just 1 year, the Philippines' first microsatellite was launched, and today we have built more microsatellites and nanosatellites, and most especially, we have the Philippine Space Agency, and we have used satellites for Sustainable Development Goals 11, 13, 14, 15. I heard that many ERDT scholars are pursuing space-related research. You know, when we asked one of our big companies to determine the value for money of our investments in space technology, this is what we found out. At that time, I think 3 years ago, the UST already invested 7 or 8 billion pesos in space-related R&D. Parang ang laki, no? But then we found out that the Philippine government spends about 7 billion per year on satellite data. But because we have built the capacity using this program and the Philippine Space Agency, yung dating binibili natin na small aperture radar satellite map of the entire country, which is 300 million pesos, kaya nang gawin ng mga tao natin ngayon for 28 million pesos. So our point is that you invest in the infrastructure, both the human capital and the physical infrastructure, and you get results. Next slide, please. One of the important uses of satellite data is hazards and risk assessment. GeoRisk, this is headed by FIVOX, covers National Exposure Database, visualization and analytics, and hazard assessment service, and is being used by the government for greater awareness and better preparation and response to natural hazards. Sabi nga kanina ni Dr. Jack, there was a time na ang mga GE freshmen nila, mga 1 to 5 people lang. But you know, after they entered this field, fully subscribed na sila. At ngayon, hopefully, sana less than 5 years, may PhD program na tayo. Next slide, please. When we conceptualized ERDT, we included entrepreneurship in the program. With the passage of the Innovative Startup Act, the establishment of technology business incubators in all the ERDT universities, and the Startup Grant Fund from DOST, DICT, and DTI, the transition from research to commercial product is now facilitated. I hope that many of our ERDT scholars will take it upon themselves to strengthen the startup ecosystem in the country and in the region by following through their research and turning it into innovation. Is it challenge accepted? May I hear from you? Do you accept this challenge? Sana huwag na kayo maging empleyado. Sana maging employer na kayo through startups. Challenge accepted? Yes? Mahina yata? Yes. All right. Thank you very much. So last slide, please. While you are all engineers, some of you may still consider pursuing basic research as it complements applied research. I've shown you that the Harmonized National R&D Agenda is a good source of inspiration for relevant research. Entrepreneurship and technology business incubators in the academe will accelerate the translation of research output from lab to market. Most importantly, research is the foundation for groundbreaking innovation. This is the reason why each and every ERDT scholar is valuable, as you have the ability to create groundbreaking innovations. I dream that the next ERDT conference will include a pitching session by ERDT scholars and startups. Following the lead of Tanchuli's speech, let us upscale ERDT through innovations for national development. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guevara, for that very informative talk. So, meron palang challenge sa atin si Dr. Guevara, no, na I think tayong lahat ay magre-respond dun sa kanyang call. And also, talagang tayong mga Pinoy ay mahilig talaga tayong mag-research at madiskarte. Okay? So, again, thank you very much, Dr. Guevara, for that talk. So now, before we proceed to our third and last speaker for this morning session, we'll take a short break. I believe na-serve na sa atin ang ating snack, but we can use the 10-minute break na lang daw. 10-minute break for coffee and tea. So meron po tayong coffee and tea at the back of the room. And also, if you would like to take the comfort room, just go outside and turn right. Ayan, nandun po yung ating comfort room. So, yung ating daw timer will be presented on the screen for our guide kung kailangan na nating mag-settle down again for our next session. So, see you later. Thank you. a unit of the Institute of Agricultural and Biosystems Engineering. UPLB Fab Lab Coordinator, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development, Research and Public Service Coordinator. He was a project and study leader for externally funded projects for DOST Picard, DABAR, UNFAO. He graduated BS Agricultural Engineering, specializing in post-harvest processing from the UPLB. Took his MS in Agricultural Engineering, specializing in food engineering at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and received his PhD in bioindustry from Tokyo University of Agriculture. To talk about accelerating innovation through makerspaces, friends, let us all welcome Dr. Kevin Yaptenko.
Good morning, everyone. 33 years ago, as a research assistant in UPLB, this is the digital thermometer that we were using to monitor pulp temperature in our field trials of post-harvest handling, fresh fruit. To Manila, we needed to sleep at 2-hour intervals to be able to monitor the fruit temperature at different points in a cargo van full of fresh banana. So, thinking now, if there had only been an easily accessible workshop in 1989 where a prototype device could have been developed for low-cost, automated temperature acquisition, my life as a research assistant then would have been much easier. No? But luckily for many people now, these facilities now exist, called makerspaces. And the question now is how to use these makerspaces to accelerate the development of innovations. So a makerspace is a common area where people can create or modify existing products collaboratively using advanced digital equipment as well as our conventional hand tools and other fabrication equipment. So the wide availability now of digital fabrication equipment that is easy to use and they're more powerful has accelerated this, what is called the maker movement. No? It's like a social movement. And once it was restricted to people with a deep technical knowledge and skills. But this movement has now become more open, it's more collaborative, and it emphasizes learning through doing or active learning. So, and I just want to repeat what somebody has said before. No? If desktop computers, laptops, tablets, and smartphones have given people the capacity for personal computing, now these digital fabrication facilities like BMW, Ford, or IBM, they put up their own maker spaces for their own personnel or employees. No? So this encourages innovation and collaboration within the agency or within the corporation. Even I think hospitals in Sweden have put up their own maker spaces to improve their healthcare. And then we have also commercial maker spaces where they charge a fee for members or a drop-in fee for non-members. So for example, I think Fab Lab Manila has or is operating a makerspace for students in the University Belt area. And then we finally have the general purpose open access makerspaces. So these are operated by users that are motivated by what they call self-rewards because they find it fulfilling. So rather than being motivated by a commercial interest. So usually these are people with a deep background in technology and science, and they help users that do not have access to the restricted makerspaces or the commercial makerspaces. Okay, and then so makerspaces can be classified into these fab labs, hacker spaces, creative spaces, and innovation hubs. So, and this is based on a survey in 2019. So fab labs, for some of us are familiar with this already. No? These are small-scale workshops with a core set of digital fabrication equipment like I mentioned, 3D printers, laser cutters, CNC routers. And but usually these fab labs, to be certified, they follow the charter of the Fab Lab Foundation. Then we have hacker spaces. These are usually community operated and non-profits. And when we say hacker spaces, the term hacking usually refers to a specific set of activities that that involve existing objects or materials and make them do something unexpected. So you're combining something into a new object. And usually this is focused on repurposing hardware, working on electric components, and software programming. For creative spaces, these are usually for artists, for artistic and cultural collaboration. And then innovation hubs are to promote entrepreneurship, to help in establishing startup businesses, create networks, mentors, etc. And so these are serving as interfaces for a diverse set of actors to collaborate. No? So entrepreneurs, government agencies, investors, even artists. So the first Philippine Fab Lab was established in the Bohol Island State University. It was a collaborative project between DTI, the university, DOST, and JICA. But now there are 16 DTI Fab Labs nationwide. These are working as shared service facilities to address gaps and bottlenecks in the value chain of priority industries. So the shared service facility project of DTI is providing these machines especially to improve the quality of products and productivity of MSMEs. Okay, and in a survey in 2019, so they surveyed Fab Labs, hacker spaces, and creative spaces globally, not including the innovation hubs. And the survey showed that about 80% of the number of makerspaces are found in developed countries. No? And the USA alone hosts 16% of these makerspaces. For Asia and the Pacific, the top 3 countries with makerspaces are India, China and the Philippines. So we have a lot of makerspaces already nationwide, and about 25. No, we have 25 makerspaces, mostly Fab Labs. So who are using these makerspaces? So we can broadly classify them into two: professional innovators. No? So these are the ones working in restricted access makerspaces, mainly companies, no? Or they have their own business. So they usually have a commercial motivation to innovate. In comparison, household sector innovators, maybe we could maybe call them the yung mahilig magkutingting, no? Household innovators use their own time, their own resources to innovate, no? And they can have a positive impact. The only disadvantage maybe is with household innovators, they have low rates of transferring their innovations because they're mostly working on their own. So just as an example, in one of our projects, the cooperator shared this picture of a device developed by, I think he's an electrical engineer. It's a rechargeable device that he provides to the indigenous tribe in Rizal province. I'm not sure of the name, but he's giving these devices. It's a rechargeable device to provide household lighting in areas that do not have power. And as you can see, it's very hacked together. No? It's using a repurposed food container. Meron siyang motorcycle battery with a solar panel. And the reception of the acceptance of the users has been mostly positive. No? It's giving out these units. Okay. So now let's go to the impact. What are the impact of makerspaces? So one is, or sorry, not impact, but okay, yeah. So the impact that makerspaces have is to increase the rates of innovation, as well as encouraging what they call diffusion of technologies. These two tables, the top one is showing the innovation rate of household sector innovators compared to users who are collaborating in makerspaces. So the rate of innovation based on this survey is significantly higher in makerspaces. And then the rates of transferring the technology, diffusing it, sharing it, is also much higher, shown in the second table, the lower table. So that's I guess the bottom line of these makerspaces. They encourage people to innovate more and to share more or to diffuse more. Okay, then finally the benefits. So first is the cost of innovation is significantly reduced because of the easy access of users to digital fabrication technology. And then they are also able to collaborate with a variety of experts with different backgrounds. And secondly, the phenomenon of knowledge spillover takes place because the online community or the makerspace community is able to share experiences with users and discuss potential ideas, improvements, and solutions. And very important also is the exposure by collaboration makes you more conscious of other people's needs. Ano ba yung mga problema nila? What are their problems? And this is key to innovation. And then third, what is called the contextual innovation is able to empower local experts to develop local solutions that are able to address community problems. No? So this ensures adoption and diffusion of the technologies. Okay. So I won't be providing government recommendations for government policy, but rather considerations if we are to formulate policies for these maker spaces. So the first consideration is the motives of members of maker spaces, because this can have a wide range, and it may be difficult or complicated to try to accommodate all the objectives or what the different users want to do in a maker space. For example, the hacker community sometimes can become suspicious of organizations that are sponsored by large corporations. Corporate influence can also force maker spaces into conventional innovation tracks. No? So it can hinder innovation and diffusion, and priorities might change, or the corporation might take advantage of the quote-unquote free labor in maker spaces. Also, there should be a champion, somebody to advocate for maker spaces, a lead person or a lead agency to persuade people in other sectors to have a common purpose, to look for ways forward and facilitate collaboration. And then finally, the tools for digital fabrication must be available and accessible to empower local actors. So what are the initiatives in other countries that have been adopted in terms of maker spaces? For the USA, they focused on STEM learning opportunities. This was during the Obama administration, and they invested a lot in putting maker spaces in primary and secondary schools. In Europe, they formed a consortium, what they call the DigiNova consortium. This is made up of 20 partners, made up of R&D institutions, large corporations, and universities. So they use this consortium to determine what are the important technology challenges, business drivers, and commercialization opportunities. For the case of China, they instituted a mass makerspace movement. And this was to promote the goal of mass innovation and mass entrepreneurship. So, because they wanted to move from the economic reliance of the made in China model, they wanted to change that to change it to a created in China model. So instead of mass production, gusto nila mass innovation. So in the Philippines, our maker spaces are emphasizing strengthening STEM education through learning by doing, gaining skills in digital fabrication and rapid prototyping, which is important for Industry 4.0. So in terms of learning opportunities, we have 3 high schools already under the PSHS system, no? Philippine Science High School. And we have 12 universities that have already incorporated Fab Labs and Maker Clubs, no, in their programs. So many of these Fab Labs are supported by DTI. No? And usually these Fab Labs and Maker Spaces are doing or producing prototypes for capstone projects of students and thesis research, no, at the university level. So what are the challenges faced by makerspaces? Maybe an important challenge is finding a sustainable business model. So not many facilities can operate commercially. Some require, or many require, subsidies from maybe a host institution like a government agency or a university. So that is a challenge. And maybe a possible solution that has been suggested is crowdfunding. But I'm not sure how sustainable that can be. Limited scalability of impact. So makerspaces still need to collaborate with conventional manufacturers to scale up production and then also generate greater impact. Lack of complementary assets. So this means that you need an innovation ecosystem to fully realize the benefits of makerspaces. So that involves funding agencies, entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and others. There can also be some IPR issues that crop up with makerspaces because initially some facilities or some users place less importance on IPR because, as I mentioned earlier, they are not motivated by commercial interests initially. But if the startup, if they put up a startup using what they did in the makerspace, then maybe IPR can eventually become an issue. And then finally, awareness. Many people still do not understand what are makerspaces. And in the case of China, the media focused too much on the commercial aspect of makerspaces. And I think some of these makerspaces in China are having difficulty sustaining their operations. In the case of China, the government policies and subsidies were considered too aggressive. And it was compared to a gardener, as the image shows, compared to a gardener trying to grow plants faster by pulling them. So, syempre, mamamatay yung halaman pag hinila mo. No? In the effort to fast-track the development of makerspace movement. And so, looking back to 1989, this is a prototype wireless temperature recorder, no, that I wish I could send back in time to 1989 for that handling trial on banana para maayos yung tulog namin noon. This was developed last year for wireless monitoring of grain and air temperature for during drying of palay. But it can be easily be modified for other applications. So this was done in collaboration with a private seed company and used components from simple hardware materials and a 3D printed housing for the electronics. So it's still under testing. So kung kayang ibalik sa 1989 to, no, by LBC, maganda sana. And finally, in closing, I would like to quote Mr. Paul Graham, who is a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley. According to Graham, entrepreneurs would benefit greatly by releasing early versions of their product to users as soon as possible, because as the user interacts with the prototype, the feedback that he obtains, the entrepreneur obtains, will be very valuable to allow improvements on the product as soon as possible and at less cost. And makerspaces can enable, encourage, and enhance this mindset, resulting in faster development, adoption, and diffusion of successful innovations. And this picture is the some of the members of the indigenous tribe in Rizal, no, very, very happy with the innovation being disseminated by this electrical engineer. I don't know his name yet. It was just shared to me. But they seem very happy with the value that this device is bringing to their lives, no, the positive impact in their lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaptenko, for that informative talk. So truly, no, the makerspace are actually having a great impact on innovation. Mapapatunayan natin yan doon sa mga present ni Dr. Kevin this morning. Okay? So I think yung 3 talks natin this morning are all tied up together. Kasi kung iisipin mo, from Dr. Jack, he said to identify the need, then we adapt, and then we overcome. But then, Dr. Guevara said that, dinagdagan pa niya, sabi niya, we see the need, we adapt, and then we do research. And then from Dr. Kevin naman, he said that collaboration is key to research. So, we see the need, we adapt, we collaborate, and then we innovate. Tama po ba? Parang magkaka-tie up yung ating 3 talks this morning, which is very beautiful, no? Na i-take away natin for this morning session. Okay? So now, may I again call on Dr. Kevin, I'm so sorry, for the open forum, and also Dr. Jack, and Dr. Guevara will be joining us virtually for the question and answer, or the open forum. Okay? So everyone, ito na po yung chance natin to get to know our speakers and ask them questions regarding their presentation this morning. So if you have any questions for them, please approach the microphone. Asan siya? Ayun, okay. There's our microphones. So we have 2 microphones sa gitna po, so you can approach any of those microphones. Please introduce yourself and let us know to whom your question is directed to. So we have allotted, I think, 20 minutes for this open forum. For those who are joining us via Zoom, we will project a code where you can input your questions. So please be advised that medyo limited lang po yung ating time for the open forum. So if ever we cannot accommodate all of your questions to our speakers today, you can actually approach them. They are very approachable, and I think they are willing to answer your questions later. Okay, so may I invite Dr. Jack and Dr. Kevin to please join me. Gitnang-gitna, sir, sorry. Okay, so meron na po ba tayong questions sa ating speaker? Yeah. Wag na po tayong mahiya. For those joining in Zoom, you can also ask your questions. I think the organizers, are already monitoring the questions in Zoom. Yes,
Hello,
yes,
good
ma'am.
morning. Good morning. So let me just get the ball rolling. So thank you so much for our speakers. So I have one question for each of you. Wala pa yata si Doc Gev. So kay Dr. Yaptenko, tanong ko lang po, so thank you so much for presenting the makerspace. No? I know it's the trend that a lot of universities are trying to build also in their own institutions. Can you at least let us know what would be the parang pinaka-important or pinaka-critical aspect that an institution should have at the beginning? Meron bang mga parang prerequisites before an institution decides to have their own makerspace?
I think one of the first, or the priority things that they need to think about is the staff, because you can have the equipment, you can maybe have a building, but if you don't have the staff, it's going to be very hard. And then secondly, not just staff but volunteers, because the staff will just run the facility, but the ideas coming in, you'll need maybe faculty, the researchers, a lot of input coming in from them to make that facility productive.
Thank you very much.
So,
and then
just siguro additional, maybe also the support of the administration. They have to buy into the idea of what a makerspace can do and what it cannot do. Because sometimes, yun nga yung misconception na makerspace has to be commercially, parang may commercial value siya, may parang may ROI kaagad silang hinahanap. That can be very high pressure. That can give a lot of pressure to whoever is running or managing the facility, and it might kill yung philosophy of a makerspace to be creative, to be innovative, etc. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then for Doc Jack, so you presented the evolution of your department, ano. So maybe I'd like to ask lang, what would be like now, no? Like now with the current evolution in the development, ano yung pinaka-recent na parang challenge in your department that you need to parang to keep up with the changing times? Or what are the newest innovations that you've adopted so you can keep up with the developments?
Yeah, actually that's a very good question. Yung pinakamahirap sa amin was during the pandemic period is yung mga courses namin na may fieldwork. Kasi hindi kami makapag face-to-face, hindi kami makapag fieldwork together with the team, no? And that is something na prioritize namin pagbalik ng limited face-to-face classes. But before that, we actually experimented on a lot of things. Number one, we tried to do it remotely. It's a bit weird kasi remote yung fieldwork mo. Meaning we have real life data na binibigay namin sa students, and then they do the processing sa kanya-kanya mga bahay. That's one, no? It's like you love meat pero binigyan ka ng veggie meat. Parang ganun yung lumalabas eh. It's not the same thing. Another thing that we tried to implement was we tried demos using videos. So yung faculty members, they go out in the field and then they take videos, and then using those videos, hopefully the students will have this idea of how a fieldwork is going to be when they're outside. No? But again, it's not the same thing. The third thing that we try to explore is doing simulations. So there are simulated environments available, but they cost some money. And that is something that we didn't have during that time. Pero that's a possibility that we're willing to approach in case the pandemic extends itself. No? So yun yung tatlong parang plan Bs na sinubukan namin gawin for the department. And I guess they're innovative, and these are things na we're not closing our doors on just because we're already opening up. Pero we can explore this further, especially if the training is in Manila and you have people from Mindanao or from Visayas who really don't have time to travel all the way to Manila to learn. So one of the things that the university has implemented or that has stated recently is that we're not going back to the old normal. But because of the new things that we've learned during the pandemic, maybe it's time for a new normal to take place. And hybrid learning is part of that.
Thank you very much for that question. Okay, we can entertain more questions actually. And I would like to acknowledge also joining us is Dr. Guevara. So yeah, naka-flash the screen. So if you have questions for Dr. Guevara, very much welcome also. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, para may question ako for each one. Kay Doc Kev, thank you so much for your lecture and of course your continued support talaga sa ERDT and the research and development of our of the human resources of the country. So my question would be maybe for our new scholars, ano, once our scholars have completed and you've presented yung mga research agenda of the country, what would be the best avenue for them to really, alam mo yun, to get into the, ano yun, getting grants from the government?
Naka-off yung audio.
Okay, right now we cannot hear Dr. Guevara. Our team is currently fixing the technical difficulties that we are encountering.
Can you hear me?
Ayan, medyo nagkaka-sound na. More volume, please. Yon.
Siguro, maybe one suggestion lang. For students who have graduated and then they have their thesis topic already, maybe they can request their tech transfer offices to assist evaluating their prototypes or whatever technology they have, and subject it to maybe a technology readiness level assessment, and then see what funding agencies are interested, or who the investors are that might be interested in the thesis.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin. I think meron na tayong sound, right? Okay. Hi, Dr. Guevara. Okay, so tingnan natin kung makakatch ulit natin si Dr. Guevara later. But thank you so much, Dr. Kevin, for answering that. And actually, yun ang pinaka-dilemma ng mga batang researcher natin, di ba? After graduating from your master's, what's next? Di ba? Ano yung next para sa atin? And actually, when I was younger, kakagraduate pa lang ng MS, I also have the same dilemma. Anong gagawin ko? And how do I start, di ba? Kasi parang we have fears of, dahil wala pa akong track record, tatanggapin ba ng funding agency yung aking credentials, di ba? So I think later, kapag nakuha na natin si Dr. Guevara, she can also add dun sa insights on how a young researcher thrive, di ba? Sa napaka-competitive na grants na ino-offer ng government or even the private institution. So, as of now, maybe we can entertain another questions and then balik na lang tayo kay Dr. Guevara kapag naayos na yung technicals. Yes, sir.
Kay Doc Kevin, sir, you have mentioned about that objectives ng makerspaces is to really help the productivity doon sa small, medium enterprise. So, can you share to us, sir, what are yung mga outputs po ninyo doon sa makerspaces in really helping the SMEs?
Right now, the UPLB Fab Lab is still in its starting stages, because when we opened in 2019, it was just before the pandemic. So, and then we were also restricted by manpower. We did not have staff at the time. But during the 2020, we were able to help maybe 1 or 2 MSMEs to produce marketing and then labels for their products, and then a sort of tokens for them. But the main output during that time, during 2020, was helping in the COVID task force of UPLB to fabricate PPE, yung ear straps, and also testing booths. We helped fabricate some parts of testing booths, and then these were later disseminated Luzon-wide, to different hospitals for their swabbing activities. So right now, we are slowly regaining or getting clients. sa MSME, no, sa yung wine producer of San Pablo, yan, naggagawa kami ng labels for them. And then eventually we are hoping to target also yung mga R&D and students namin to gain a parang sila yung magiging base ano namin clients. And then eventually, pag may staff na kami, we will start becoming more active sa MSMEs. Yan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin. Do we have, yes, sir?
Okay, so good morning, sir. My question is for Dr. Jack. Okay, so what is your take on the CMO 15 implementation on the graduate program on the curriculum alignment? I think ito kayong issue ngayon kasi they need to make some adjustment on the CMO 15. I do not know if UP is actually covered by the CMO 15.
Actually, I'm not really familiar with CMO 15.
Okay.
Can you elaborate further po? Maybe I know it by some other name.
Incorporation of the comprehensive examination, required comprehensive exam, and the publication for the MS level actually. And of course, some units will also need to be aligned, like PhDs from 30 to 36 units. So I think UP is most likely is not included in the CMO 15. So in fact, that's the main issue. And the issue is to be addressed by 2023. And that would be next year. So some schools have already started starting the offering the for this batch, so batch 2022. So they already adopted the CMO 15. So I think I don't know if UP is covered by that.
I think Dintan Chuling would be the best to answer that question. But to be honest, I'm not familiar with CMO 15. To be honest, kababalik ko lang din po. So medyo hindi ko alam yung mga nangyari beforehand. But when I came back, there are already efforts of like the vision of establishing new master's courses. Maybe that's part of it. Like your Masters of Engineering program is envisioned to have a comprehensive exam instead of having a research topic, and some other courses as well. So for now, I guess for the department, the focus is more on accreditations, either through ABET or through ASEAN QA and things like that. No, for CMO 15, I'll have to look deeper. Maybe we missed something important, and ayaw namin ma-miss yung mga bagay na yan. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions? Yes, sir.
And some other courses as well. So for now, I guess for the department.
Thank you very much sa presentations niyo po. For Dr. Kevin, I'm curious how makerspaces can help intellectual property right issues. Can you share a story that helped an innovator with his or her IPR issue?
As I mentioned earlier, yung depende dun sa makerspace, parang philosophy. Usually for makerspaces, the people who are active there, they are more concerned, or sometimes they are more concerned with their self rewards, like yun yung kanilang hobby, or they want to gain additional skills, or maybe they want to pursue parang yung art nila inclinations. So sometimes it's not so much commercial ang iniisip nila. So IPR is sometimes the farthest issue from their mind, no? So how your question was, how can makerspaces
Curious
help?
po ako sa IPR na yung makerspaces can help IPR issues. For example, I'm innovator, tas may IPR issues po ako. May story po ba kayo na alam na naka-help yung makerspaces sa IPR issue ng isang innovator?
Right now, wala pa akong naririnig, or I'm not aware. But I would recommend maybe the makerspace should tap people who can help with respect to IPR issues. like yung tech transfer. If you're connected with the university, maybe you have a tech transfer office that has experts on IPR.
The best starting point for you is to look for your graduates kasi eventually they'll enter the workplaces. It's a good conversation actually during alumni homecomings. No? Pagpunta natin sa alumni homecomings, you talk to your alumni, and usually you're going to get feedback from them. Like for example, sir, nung pagpasok po namin dito sa company na to, ginagamit namin yung ganitong software. Hindi namin natutunan to when we were in college. Maraming cases na ganon. And during those conversations, we realized, for example, there is one aspect of our study na sobrang pinupush namin yung open source software, right? And as an academic, that's something that we want to push, open source software, since licenses are free, it should be readily accessible, and so on. However, when you enter the workplaces, most of the time they use commercial software that we don't have. And the question is, does that put your students on an advantage or disadvantage? In the workplace, sa simula, medyo disadvantages yun for our graduates, right? Kasi hindi sila familiar do sa commercial software. Familiar sila sa open source, pero hindi naman ginagamit sa industry. So, in that sense, maybe we need to do something about how the course is being run, not necessarily to the point of revising the whole curriculum, but maybe to change something in the syllabus itself. Like for example, our lab exercises could be done using these commercial software instead of the open source software, or in addition to the open source software para meron tayong comparison. So the best starting point, I guess, is yun nga, yung mga alumnus natin. And then after that, what we usually do is yung mga researchers natin, di ba? Yung mga students natin, usually they do thesis at the end of their study. What we encourage our students to do is to go out and ask the industry people kung meron ba silang research gap that needed to be addressed. This is also something that's being done in the technopreneurship program. Si Doc Louis Season later will speak more, I guess, about that. And yung model na na-develop nila for that specific course is actually the best starting point to increase your network in the industry. So,
wow, very insightful. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you po.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin.
Thank you. Right now, I will read out a question from the Zoom participants. So, we have a Precision and Digital Agriculture Center here in CLSU. I want to ask where to start. We have some 3D printers, facilities, and electronic equipments. So I think maybe anyone can answer this.
What was the question again?
The question is, we have a Precision and Digital Agriculture Center here in CLSU. I want to ask where to start. We have some 3D printers, facilities, and electronic equipments. Baka sir, naghihingi ng guidance kung paano sila magsisimula.
Yeah. I guess I would recommend looking for people with urgent problems. Kumbaga parang umaapoy yung buhok nila and they need a fire extinguisher. How will they become that fire extinguisher? That would be my recommendation. Go out, talk to people, maybe see who has an urgent problem that can be answered by this that facility on precision agriculture.
Yes, I think it's very important that you find purpose first for your facilities and equipment para hindi naman sila nakatingga lang, di po ba? Dapat nakaka-address tayo ng societal needs because yun na talaga ang drivers ngayon for research eh. Our society, the impact it brings to the nation, di po ba? So, Dr. Jack, do you have insights on that?
Yeah, I guess on the financial side, baka yun yung isa ring concern nung nagtanong. You have this equipment. For sure naman di tayo bibili ng equipment na walang purpose. So may purpose naman siguro yung equipment. Maybe for educational purposes or something else. There may be a need that you can address, sabi nga ni Sir kanina, which is actually very insightful, no? Look for the urgent need. Maraming needs maraming klaseng needs. Pero sometimes we look at the need na hindi naman talaga priority. If you want your technology to be adopted fast, then you need to look at the urgent need. So that's one. How can you do that? Again, sabi niya, by talking to people. Not just people, but potential funders for your technology. Maybe Dean Jeff can add a little more, a bit more about this, no? Pero one of the best sources of funding for the academic community, if you have that kind of technology, is through research grants. You have the DOST, they advertise their research proposal cycles regularly. Sundan lang natin yung mga Facebook pages nila, nandun naman yung mga announcements. The DA Bar also has one, may research cycles din sila. In case naman na hindi tayo papasok sa research cycles, maybe we can start, cold turkey lang, mag-submit ka ng proposal to DOST. Maybe they have some unexpended funds that they can use to fund your projects as long as it's aligned to the national research agenda. There's a likelihood for funding. And it's a big plus if you already have those equipment kasi bawas na yan sa capital outlay nung research project. All you need to do is to lay out yung work plan ninyo, yung significance of the study, make sure that it's addressing, again, the urgent need that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Dr. Jack. And I think yung PSURD naman, or DOST, when they fund a project, they ask for sustainability plan talaga nung kanilang equipment, di ba? After the project, ano ang gagawin natin sa mga equipment or facilities that are being funded? And that could be a good start doon sa mga researchers to start off addressing the needs of the society. So another question from Zoom, why is it that trailblazing researches are usually discouraged among government research agencies? Yes, impact is important, but why not allow exploration too? Medyo controversial pala yung question na yun. Anyone po can answer. Maganda sana kung nandito si Dr. Guevara no? Kasi pasok na pasok doon sa kanyang experience etong tanong na ito. Pero baka may insights kayo based on experience na lang.
I'll try to answer that question the best I can. Siguro po ganito, hindi naman siguro discourage yung trailblazing research, no? But if we look at the bigger picture, we have limited resources, maybe, no, for the funding agencies. And the funding agencies, in their strategies siguro, they wanted to prioritize studies na, yun nga, malaki yung impact. So to balance that, when we do research, this is my personal take on this lang, no? When we do research, we look at the urgent need, number one. Do sa urgent need na yon, definitely we can do something to address that need. And at the same time, in addition to that, yun na yung value-added thing na dinadagdag natin sa research natin. Maybe we can think of something trailblazing that we can advance forward. In addition to that, something na malaking impact. I don't think it can be, well, it can be exclusive siguro in some ways. Pero when we develop research proposals, I guess there will be compromises that needed to be made in order for you to achieve what you want to achieve as a researcher, as an academic, right? Big impact, and at the same time, you're trailblazing something. Like for example, what we're doing in Project Lungsod, no? There's a need for a command center, a central nervous system of one city. Sure, marami na cities na gumawa nun. Pero there's something na trailblazing about it that's never been really explored much here in our country, and that's the citizen-centric approach on smart cities. So nung pinropose po namin sa DOST ito, syempre, DOST is a science and technology funding agency. When they saw the word social science, medyo maraming question doon. Is this really something that's going to be scientific in our traditional sense of the word? Is it going to be a scientific study? Is it worth exploring, and so on? And as we went on the project, we built that case. No? We saw smart cities that are technocentric, na hindi masyado naging successful. And we looked at the key elements of a smart city that made smart city development successful. And those are the social aspects that we need not ignore. No? Hindi natin dapat ini-ignore. So, yung mga ganong bagay po, no? It may be difficult, yes. Especially siguro kapag yung mga nire-research natin is, sabi ng presentation ni Dean Jeff kanina, if the usefulness of a research may be felt 100 years after, it may be difficult because of our priorities as a nation, of our priorities as a funding agency. Pero I guess it can be done. So, yun lang, it's a matter of convincing lang din yung funding agencies natin to provide funds for the study.
Thank you, Dr. Jack. I think Dr. Guevara is now on Zoom and I can hear myself. Okay. Hi, Dr. Guevara.
Can you hear me?
Ah, yes. Okay. Yes.
The question was part of my presentation, where I mentioned that basic research is funded, and we expect that they will be producing papers rather than products. So this is also part of the funded activities of the Department of Science and Technology.
Ito po talaga yung challenge sa atin kapag hybrid, nag-e-echo yung boses natin 100 folds. Ayan. Pero, hello, Dr. Guevara. Ayan, nawala. Parang saying something very relevant dun sa mga young researchers natin ngayon na magiging guidance sana nila, no, when conducting research. But I hope, maayos ba natin ito?
Naririnig ba?
Ayan na. Answer ni Dr. Guevara. So don't be discouraged. Alam niyo, actually, I can attest to that. No, when I come back from my PhD, and I was very young then, and I was very afraid to submit a proposal to BSURD asking them for 16 million na wala pa akong track record. But then, sabi nga nila, you have to start somewhere. Di po ba? Kailangan mo talagang mag-take ng leap of faith and maniwala sa sarili that you can handle it. And so I got the funding thanks to Fisher, di ba? Thanks to DOST. So for our young researchers, don't be discouraged. Napaka-short and simple na sinabi ni Dr. Guevara, but it's an encouragement to our ERDT scholars na just grab the opportunity, di ba? Who knows, di ba? Magkaroon ka ng 2, 3 projects in the future, di ba, to start with. So, meron pa po ba tayong sagot galing kay Dr. Guevara? Kasi nahirapan talaga yung ating technical team. Naman na, okay na daw, sabi nila. Okay na. So, thank you very much again to our speakers. stay po muna tayo sa stage because we will be having the awarding of certificates and a quick photo op. So at this point, may I call on Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, the ERDT Program Leader, with the SEI Deputy Director Engineer Albert Marino for the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our honorable guest speakers. Okay, so before we give this certificate, let me read out yung ating Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Dr. Sar Jakiri S. Sarmiento, Dr. Kevin Yeptenko, and Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara for sharing their invaluable knowledge and expertise as a speaker during the 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress and poster competition with the theme Upscaling Engineering Education and Research, given this 30th day of September 2022 at the Hotel Rembrandt, Timog Avenue, Quezon City, signed by the Program Leader of ERDT, Maria Antonia M. Tanchuling, PhD. Okay, thank you again to our speakers this morning, Dr. Jack Sarmiento, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, and Dr. Kevin Yeptenko. Another warm of applause, please, to our morning session speakers. Maraming salamat po. Okay, so napaka-fruitful and productive ng ating morning session. It's already 12:03 and I know gutom na po tayo at gusto na nating mag-lunch. So our poster viewing will be moved after lunch. After lunch na lang daw po dahil importante na busog ang ating tiyan maliban sa ating isipan. Di po ba? Para makapag-isip tayo. So now, lunch will be served here at our plenary hall, and I'll see you later after an hour. Yan. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Ano na ako?
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. I hope nagkaroon na po tayo ng energy after that lunch. Okay, masarap po ba ang lunch natin? Masarap naman. Ayan, okay, that's good. Good job, Rembrandt. Okay, okay, so now that we had our lunch, and before we proceed to our afternoon session, we will have the exhibit or poster viewing. So let me just read some of the instructions and judging criteria for the poster competition. So as you can see, we all have our posters sa both sides ng ating hall, and this is organized by our hardworking ERDT staff. Yan. So the posters were set up according to their track, and all authors will be asked to stand beside their posters to answer questions that may be asked by our judges and some of the attendees. So we have 10 judges with us here today, and we also have judges joining us online. So a few days ago, all the posters have been sent to our judges for pre-assessment, and judges who are not joining us here already put on their votes. For the judges who are joining us today, you may go through another round of assessment of the posters and can directly ask the authors if you have any questions for them. So you may also write down your observations and assessment, and our ERDT staff will be there to assist you kung meron po kayong mga needs. So the posters will be judged by the following criteria. Ang dali lang po ng criteria natin, 25, 25, 25, 25. Okay? 25% technical quality of the work in terms of depth and breadth, 25% originality or innovativeness of the work, 25% commercial viability and use of sound engineering practices, and the last 25% is for the presentation clarity, style, and impact of study. So to our attendees, you may also view the posters and questions, but please give way dun sa ating mga judges. Baka meron silang mga pressing concerns regarding the posters. Okay? So to our participants on Zoom, you will be able to view the posters on the screen as well. So the link to the posters are provided, or you can simply scan the QR code presented on your screen. So I think the poster presentation will run now until 1:40 p.m. So make sure that at 1:40 you settle down na po sa seats natin so that we can start on the afternoon session. Okay? Thank you everyone. See you later. Hello? Yan. Okay, may we request our presenters to please wrap up yung ating discussion because we are about to start the afternoon session. Thank you. Okay, sorry everyone, we have to cut short your discussion this afternoon, but maybe later you still have time to ask those questions sa ating mga presenters. But for now, may we request everyone to kindly settle down on their respective seats, please. Thank you. So I hope everyone here had a good lunch and also had a good view of the poster presentations of our ERDT scholars. And later on, we will announce the winners. So meron pa tayong exciting part sa bandang huli because we will be announcing the winners today of each track ng ating poster presentation. And also, ngayon pa lang, I would like to congratulate all the ERDT scholars who are here today na they were able to present their research even though nasa trying times tayo, di po ba? Ang hirap mag-research in the past 2 years. But then, nandyan ang kanilang mga posters with the relevant research. Yan. Congratulations po sa inyong lahat. Okay, so are we ready? Ready na po ba tayo for our afternoon session? Can I have a nod, a yes, or hooray? Ayan, okay. Buhay pa ang mga ating attendees this afternoon. And maraming salamat po sa pagstay. Okay, so at this point, we will begin our afternoon session with a panel discussion, and our panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Louis Sison. He is a professor at the Electrical and Electronics Engineering Institute of the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and the director of the UP System Technology Transfer and Business Development Office, and the program leader also of Upscale Innovation Hub. He was Vice Chancellor for Research and Development of UP Diliman from 2006 to 2011, during which he established the Technology Transfer Office. He was awarded the Gawad Pangulo for Progressive Teaching and Learning by UP in 2015. And his course on innovation and technopreneurship got the Silver Award for Teaching Delivery at the 2016 Wharton QS Stars Reimagine Education Awards. He was a visiting researcher at the University of California, Berkeley as a Banataw Fellow. He holds an MS and PhD EE degree from Purdue University and a BS-EE degree from UP Diliman. His research interests are biomedical instrumentation and education technology. To introduce our panelists for this afternoon and to moderate our session, friends, let us all welcome Dr. Louis Sison. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Okay, before we start the panel, no, quick show of hands. Sino po sa inyo ang nakakuha na ng Technopreneurship course? Please raise your hands. Okay, very good. Sino yung hindi pa nakakuha? Konti pa lang. Alright. Okay, so you have something to look forward to. Preview itong session natin, no? Noon sa hindi pa nakakakuha ng Technopreneurship course. So, since sapon tayo ngayon, we have assembled a powerhouse panel for you guys. So I'm very excited to hear from our distinguished panelists today. So what I will do, I will introduce them one by one, and then I'll ask each of them to give a 5-minute overview of their the incubator and their technopreneurship ecosystem in their respective campuses. And after we've introduced all 6 of our panelists, we'll have a Q&A and discussion. So I think may mic naman. Paano kaya ang Q&A natin, Eden? No? So, but you can send your questions, or you can raise your hand, and I think we can have the mics for you to share your question, and then we'll wrap up. No? Okay. So let me introduce our first panelist. Okay. Sir Benji Mirasol is currently a professor of strategy and entrepreneurship at the Ateneo de Manila University School of Management, having graduated from UP with a BS degree in industrial engineering and an MBA from the Ateneo Graduate School of Business. Over his distinguished career, he has been president, country manager, financial analyst and officer, CEO in various industries. No? So halos natikman na yata lahat ng industries ni Sir. No? Agriculture, aquaculture, manufacturing, and so on. No? So currently he is the TBI manager of the Ateneo Intellectual Property Office and professor of leadership and strategy of the Gokong Wei School of Management. Let's give a warm round of applause to Sir Professor Benjamin Mirasol. Nice answer. Okay. It's our first presentation. Can we cue our first presentation for Sir Benji? Kita niyo yan doon, sir. Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Yep. Start. Okay. So, good afternoon to all of you. I'm from the Ateneo de Manila University, which is quite close by to UP. We are part of the Katipunan crowd.
Katipunan Alley, no? Kung may Silicon Valley, may Katipunan Alley.
Meron yatang bago na tawag Sinigang Valley.
Yun, no? Para local cuisine tayo, no?
Local version natin. No? So, I'm here to talk to you about our own new TBI. No? Our TBI right now is actually 3 years old. Started 3 years ago as a technology transfer office because Ateneo had generated so much research and activities that could be commercialized, and they decided that it's time to put up an incubation office to be able to take advantage of the commercialization opportunities from the researches that have been done. Okay, so my team. Where do I point? Okay. So my team, our TBI team is composed of 6, but actually our team is composed of, is a part of the Ateneo Intellectual Property Office, which reports directly to the president. No? So that's that was meant to be because the university wanted to focus yeah, on a very important task by our TBI, to be able to commercialize all the research opportunities that were available, both in Ateneo and outside in the public. Okay, so I have a team. The, the, uh, the research and of our short-term. So to support me in this particular endeavor, okay, Ateneo is a fairly large educational, and it has actually 11 centers of excellence. It has technopreneurship programs and different startups. We also have we also have local partners within the public, and this includes PCCI, the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, IPOPHIL, various chambers of commerce, Kubo, even the Filipino Inventor Society. So included also in our support aspects is our international partners. Specifically, our focus is on the SDG Sustainable Development Goals of the country. So we're also an active partner in that particular aspect. Okay. Within Ateneo, we also have various existing laboratories that are actively engaged in technopreneurship. So included in this is, of course, one of our nicer labs from the DOST, which involves the Integrated Protein Research Development Center. Okay, so this is basically our pipeline. So we have different inputs from both the Ateneo community and the public, as well as the government. And we process this in our incubation program and be able to hopefully boost the nation-building aspects that we aspire for. Under the Blue Nest services are these aspects. Sorry. Hirap magbasa ng patalikod.
Ito, sir, yung mga services natin.
Okay. So we have different services, typical of incubation offices. So you can just see them at the slides. And then I think I was asked to try and show at least two of our startups.
Yan, ito yung mga success stories natin so far.
So success stories so far, even as young as we were able to develop at least two successful startups. One is Exora, which is an energy sourcing platform. If you imagine the problem set of large energy users as having to try and get quotations from about more than 30 energy providers, you will know that it involves a long process of being able to assess their individual distribution. What Exora has done is actually created an app that enables all these energy suppliers to be able to make bids and bid against each other, within a limited period of time, effectively giving the proposed user the best possible quotation that he can possibly get from different energy suppliers. Okay, so that's one, and that's a student-led startup.
Graduate na ba, sir, yung mga yung mga co-founders nun? Graduate na sila, no?
Graduate na sila, but they did the app while they were in college. So they developed the
multitasking.
It was a long process for them. Madaming they went through also the difficulties of startups because nobody wanted to believe that they could come up with an app, no? Students kasi. So there was a lot of cynicism from the market to be able to accept their particular proposal. Okay. So then the other startup that was fairly successful from our incubation program is called Bluer, and this is a platform for capturing patient's medical history. No? So with this platform, a doctor will probably not need his secretary. He can input the history of his patients directly on his mobile and be able to access it anytime, even if he's out of office. No? So it brings a lot of convenience to a doctor, and what we take pride in is that it's so easy to use and intuitive that that any doctor, even knowledge computers, can be able to operate. Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Thank you very much again, Sir Benji. Okay. So let me introduce our next panelist. She wears many hats. No? So first, as a technology transfer officer and startup mentor trained in UC Berkeley Engineering and Technology Entrepreneurship, with PhD in Environmental Engineering and MS in Chemical Engineering, whose expertise also includes research and product development related to high-value waste to high-value products and waste biomass-based alternative energy, food fortification, and assessment of toxic metals in mine sites. She's also a community and industry partner in teaching sustainable management of resources, converting waste materials to high-value products, and Nutra Pharma products. Pwede bang sample, ma'am? A registered patent lawyer, environmental planner, undergraduate and graduate research mentor, and intellectual property and innovation mentor. Please give a warm round of applause to Dean Sheila Ramos. Pwede yung i-view nyo dun sa kaliwa, no? Mas madali dun. Nakakangawit dito sa taas. Eh. Para sa kanila, ma'am, yung sa taas. So, dito tayo sa kaliwa.
Yeah.
And then you can use the clicker.
It's okay, sir. They can do the clicker.
Sige.
Please. Good afternoon, everyone. May hapon sa tanan. Okay. Please. Okay. So, good afternoon. So I am presenting to you what we have as a technology business incubator at MSRI IT. Though I am not leading that office, I was tasked by a previous mentor. Present ka. So ito na yun. So this is our technology business incubator. It is referred to as IDEA. And Constantino, now or Sage, is handling the office now. Okay, so they're into a series of, during the pandemic, they're into mentoring our community on entrepreneurship through online platforms. Next slide, please. So this is a timeline that we have. we are quite fortunate at Ambisher IT. We are the first incubator that was established by PSHERD in 2016. Next slide, please. Now, this is us. So we are now, currently we are supporting a program which is referred to as Iliga Nice. This is a community-based program which we are helping our community cooperatives and other mainly cooperatives and other endeavors, but by our LGU for our community to prosper in terms of entrepreneurship. Next slide, please.
Mga MSMEs to din, no?
Yeah, MSMEs. So this is Iliganize, actually. We refer it to as Iliganize. So these are the different initiatives of the office. So they have these flight talks that they refer to. These are actually equipping different student groups into how to start a business. So they are also into ideation. They call it Idea Brew. And we are into hackathons too. And they are also doing different startup challenges in the whole of the island of Mindanao. So they're traveling all over Mindanao into the different campuses to teach, especially college students, in terms of ideation processes. Next slide, please. Okay, one of the thesis that really is into startup now and earning is actually the group of our CS Computer Science group. This is an output, a thesis output on, they have this drone actually, but galansyang now. So galansyang is a Visayan term for this bird. This bird is, the main forte of this bird is to distribute seeds. Okay, they eat the seeds, and after eating the seeds, so it has to be in the ground now. So what they are doing in their thesis, that drone actually started as such, but they have to pivot. So this is Galansyang now as a startup is a totally pivoted work from their thesis. What they're doing, we partnered with a mining company in Surigao. So the work is into actually reforesting the mine site of that particular company by using drones. Now that drone now is delivering those seeds to these to be reforested mine sites. And we partnered with another biologist faculty, which provided them input as to how to deliver the seeds that it touches into the ground, it will germinate without any intervention. So Galansyang now has gone so much in terms of awards. USAID also recognized them. PSHERD, DOST recognized them as such. So I think the current valuation of the company now is about 10 million for the time being. So
may investors na, ma'am? May nag-invest
yes,
sa
sir.
kanila?
May
Very
mga venture capitalists na who poured in money to them. Okay. Another wins for this startup, for this TBI, please, next slide, is we have, most recently, just this August, they assisted a group of another CS student who went to Singapore to compete. They ranked second here in the Philippines, but they again rank second in Singapore, this time in an international competition. What we're saying here is that TBI, the Technology Business Incubator, especially for us at the College of Engineering, is actually, we are looking forward for such office to help our students commercialize their outputs. Next slide, please. So this is the College of Engineering. This is our research roadmap. If you see, so we have our have our instructional labs converted to research labs. Now, our research labs now are being converted into research centers. But we know for a fact that our research labs would have this technology to be commercialized, so we have our own InnoHive. InnoHive is an incubator, but not simply an incubator, but an accelerator as well.
Dami niyo mga biological references, ah.
So so now we are looking at 2025. So what will happen to our research centers? Definitely, this will give so much of the technologies that we are currently on research now. So we are looking at the Iligan City Innovation Hub. We are now into talking to our leaders at the local setup. Even we have already somehow asked help to Dean Guevara as to this aspect. So this is actually the Silicon Valley strategy that we are dovetailing. Next slide, please. So incubator and an accelerator, these are two different things. While at Berkeley, it is always taught to us that you will never be, you would have less of your progress in terms of commercial technology commercialization if you remain to be an incubator. You must be an accelerator as well. That's why at our InnoHive, the College of Engineering InnoHive is both an incubator and an accelerator. And I'm happy now that at the university, each of our colleges would have its own InnoHive. So we have our TBI, then we have our parallel efforts by each of the college. Next slide, please. Okay, I think that's the one. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give a round of applause to Dean Sheila. Okay, our next panelist, na-meet nyo na kanina umaga. No? So let me just invite him back up here. He is the UP Los Baños Fab Lab coordinator. Please welcome back Dr. Kevin Yaptenko.
PowerPoint, medyo ambush.
Oo nga, pasensya na sir, ambush ko kayo kanina.
Ambush ako kanina during coffee break. But I'll do my best to introduce the innovation ecosystem of UPLB to you today. So right now, our UPLB Tech Transfer Office, which is our business incubator, it's directly under the Office of the Chancellor. So they're paying special attention to this aspect of the university. And then, of course, under our Office of the Chancellor, we have our academic units, which are the active ones that are engaged in techno-entrepreneurship, which is the College of Engineering and Agro-Industrial Technology, the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, the College of Agriculture and Food Science, and of course, the College of Economics and Management. So sila yung, more or less, they have the entrepreneurship courses being offered. Maybe some of the other academic units might have some techno-entrep courses that I am not aware of, but these are the ones who are active. And then under the Office of the Vice Chancellor for Planning and Development, nandun yung aming Fab Lab ngayon. And the College of Engineering was recently given the mandate to manage the Fab Lab for the university. So, but it doesn't mean kami lang yung gagamit ng Fab Lab. It's a university-wide.
It's an open resource for the community.
Open access. And then under the Vice Chancellor for Administration, we have the Business Affairs Office of the university. So the BAO is, of course, responsible for uh, cultivating the business opportunities that can come out of the UPLB outputs.
Kasama na yung mga
lahat.
spin-offs doon, no?
Yes, oo.
Okay.
Sila
At
yung
saka spin-offs and
kumbaga,
startups.
cultivating yung mga contacts doon para ma-promote yung mga products ng UPLB coming from the research units like IPB, Biotech, the Dairy Training and Research Institute. And recently, the UPLB inaugurated the Techno Hub and One Stop Shop, yung THO, yung THOS ang tawag nila. UPLB THOS.
Nakashopping
building.
na ako doon, sir.
Yun. Maraming snack food doon, maraming mga dairy products.
Correct.
We also have mga parang co-working space there, mentoring rooms, at saka yung Fab Lab exchange room, which is where we put our Fab Lab products and some information materials.
Ganda sir ng location nyo sa sa campus.
Yes,
Right
maganda doon,
in the
centralized siya.
Kitang-kita nyo talaga, sir, no?
Yeah. So maganda na parang strategic location siya for business transactions of the Fab Lab.
So parang front office nyo yun, sir,
correct.
di ba?
Oh, katabi pa siya nung Baker Hall, which is every year meron doon Shensaya, which is a science parang exhibit. So hopefully with that location we can attract yung clients for the Fab Lab and other tawag nito mga initiatives of UPLB. Maraming makakakita.
Alright.
And then Tech Transfer Office of UPLB is just as similar to Sheila's institute. Meron ding mga hackathons, and then they also offer mga faculty training for these techno-entrep initiatives. And also
Warm round of applause to Dr. Angelo Cabihe.
Dito muna ako para mag-stiff neck.
Sige, sir. Exercise tayo. Pwede, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Can we have the slides?
Yung kanina.
Yung kanina.
Yung before that. No. Baka akala nila nag-defect na kayo, sir. Hindi naman.
Okay, maayong hapon. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So, we have the UEC Research and Innovation Tech Hub, or REIT, and we are branding it as Carolinian Bridges. Now, bata pa rin po yung Tech Hub. It was launched on last January 21, 2019. So lahat naman po tayo dumaan sa pandemic, so nag-slow down din po tayo. Okay, next slide please. Next slide please. Oh, skip na, kay nabasa na yan kanina. Can you skip? Okay, This is our framework, the UEC Research and Innovation Tech Hub, or REIT, no, ecosystem framework. And our branding is Carolinian Bridges. So why bridges? Because Metro Cebu is practically connected with a lot of bridges. But our bridges here is an acronym for Building Research and Innovation for Development and Growth of the Enterprise and Society. Okay? So sa framework natin, we have the PPP, the famous PPP, a public-private partnership. So we partnered with government, industry, then some NGOs, no? And then alam natin that the University of San Carlos will be producing the publications and the intellectual property, while in the industry, our contribution is our MSMEs, no? Pupunta sila doon pag nag-graduate na sila sa ating incubation system. Next slide, please. So this is our organizational structure. We are under the umbrella of our RDEPO, our Research Development Patent Office. Then we have ITSO and KTTO. Our REIT, no, our Tech Hub, is being championed and chaperoned by our School of Engineering. Then under REIT, we have Technology and Innovation section, the Curriculum Development and Training section, and the Linkage and Partnership section. Next slide, please. Okay, balik tanaw sa history about our REIT. So prior to our installation of our Tech Hub, we already have that a lot of activities. We also have the technopreneurship already in the course, in the pipeline. Then during the launching, we have that MOU signing with our 17 partner industry. And then we have that parang peanut, no, of like ano bang kakailanganin natin sa Tech Hub. So we have that peanut lang, hindi naman masyadong kalakihan, but enough na pwede tayong mag-engage. Like for example, we have the maker space. So we have those additive and subtractive manufacturing technology. Then we have the large printers and some other software. Then that is our business space or the incubator. So we have at least 11 cubicles for the startups. And then we have the learning space. Ito yung mga training kung saan papasok yung mga training at saka consulting. And then we have the catalyst space, which is a deing room, because our enabler are the scholars, no, sa ERDT, masteral at saka sa ating PhD. No? Tinawag nating deing room yan, but that is the catalyst room. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please.
Parang pang-Google yung mga opisina niya, sir.
Yeah. So this is our also the framework of the entrepreneurship education. So we all have this academic intervention for the subjects that we are introducing and to students. Then we have startup. We select startup from entrance from the students and faculty. And then of course we have that visiting professor. And then we have that incubation inside. And then we produce MSMEs that goes into the industry and join the industry then. So this is our framework. Next slide, please. So lahat naman tayong Tech Hub, we are also a startup.
Sa mga kumuha ng course, it should be familiar to you, right?
Yeah,
or allergic na ba kayo dito?
Yeah. We are also a startup, so dapat meron din tayong business model. So this is our business model. So we have key partners. Alam naman natin itong strategizer.com na to, itong template na to, no? So we have the key partners, key activities, key resources, the value proposition, customer relation, customer segments, and below we have the cost structure and the revenue structure. So I'm not going to elaborate this one, but I am just presenting to let you know that ang incubator or ang Tech Hub is also a startup business. Okay? So dapat din tayong magpa-register.
We have to practice what we preach.
Yes, yes. Okay. Next slide, please. So our REIT entrepreneurship courses and training programs are the following. So we have the ES Tech Pre. No, this is the Techno 101 course. Then for the graduate school, we have the GEW 601, the technopreneurship. And of course, we have a series of courses here, like 602, 603, that is into intellectual property and patent search.
Sir, undergrad to mga to, di ba? These are, yung Tech 1 is your undergrad offering, right?
Yes, undergrad offering, then in JW sa ating graduate school. Then we have GE Phil ISOR, kasi di ba ang mandated lang tayo under sa CMO that we have to introduce technopreneurship to engineering and technology, but we have also shared this one with other schools. The GE Phil ISOR, this is actually Eureka, stir up your imagination. So this is an ideation, prototyping courses, okay?
Undergrad din yan, sir?
Sa undergrad din ito, pero
Okay.
non-engineering po. Pero ang ibang mga engineering kumukuha din ito. This is kasi
So, open.
general elective po ito.
Okay.
Then we have design thinking and ideation and prototyping as part ng ating Eureka. Then we are proposing to have additional GE courses like the 3D printing, laser cutting, para naman din mabigyan ng hustisya din yung Makers Lab natin, Sir Kevin. No?
Parang shop course yan, sir.
Yes. And then media printing, packaging, then animation graphics. And then we have the octopus. Actually, our makerspace is the head of the octopus, and it is connected to 8 tentacles, which are ang 7 doon is the engineering departments na meron din silang dedicated research and innovation labs po. Then ang computer engineering, 2 kasi yung niya, kaya nagiging 8 ang tentacles. So, tinawag natin octopus kasi ang pinakasinto natin yung makerspace niyan. Okay? So soon we're going to also introduce the different training programs like innovation leadership, intellectual property, although may mga tayo diyan, but these are also needed by our startups inside our incubator. Then soon, we are developing the minor in technopreneurship and innovation, but we have yet to market that one. Then we are glad that our industry partners are very interested to join that, kaya hindi kasi sila
For undergraduate rin yan, sir?
Undergrad. So,
Undergraduate.
pwede tayong soon, pwede tayong mag-graduate ng BS with minor. So,
Engineering
dual,
with minor.
Yes.
Okay.
Magdo-dual
Imbis na bachelor, BA in
kaya lang,
entrepreneurship.
mahirap din talaga
Parang
maghanap
hybrid.
ng mga faculty for really. Pero nakapurma na po siya. Next slide, please. So ito yung mga startup wannabes with already pitched business ideas. So we have Increment Technologies, graduated na yan. This is a fintech company. Parang you are an ATM and financial technology. Then na to valued $200 million na. Lumabas na siya sa ating incubator system, but then still supporting us because this is a faculty-led enterprise. And then, my partners...
Alin yun, sir, dyan?
Increment Technologies.
Ayun. What is the venture about,
The product is Payhiram. Ang produkto nila. This is a fintech company. Then, they have already partnered and they are already also present in some other parts of the world. So para kayong personal banking system na lahat ng transaction ng GCash pwede sa kanila, pero through person to person na mag-engage sa
parang octopus rin, sir, no? Kaso sa
parang
fintech.
ganun din, Then we have IAMX. This is Zog Technologies. This is an off-site. And then they have also started in our incubator, but meron rin silang sa kanila ding office. Then the Green Slopes. This is the company that I am a founder,
yes.
And my son, which is a 4th year finance management student of the same university, is my co-founder.
Tungkol saan naman niya, sir?
This is nag-start kami ng something like a farm to table na app because during the pandemic, the beta was really tested. Then marami. Originally, it was designed for capture market natin, niche market lang yung mga subdivision kasi ayaw lang pumupunta ng wet market. Then, but during the pandemic, parang 100% kasi kami lang yung nasa daan. Walang iba. So, na-tested talaga, including the glitches. But then, when things go back to normal again, parang na-identify namin ang niche market, so we maintain that one. But we, nag-spin off po kami ng, may mga kiosk na rin kami, 4 dito, but it became something like a social enterprise, and the proceeds goes to the farmers. That's why the Department of Agriculture, through their Kadiwa program, ni partner sa atin, no? And then also a lot of mga malalaking mall, Ayala, City de Mare, El Corso, yung through their corporate social responsibility nag-tap sila, then
Nag-partner sa inyo, sir.
partner sa amin.
Very good.
Pero itong parang out na ko dito, sabi ko sa anak ko, ikaw nang bahala diyan kasi meron din akong sarili kong
Next generation na, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ganon po. Then we have Crest Renewables. This is still ongoing, so we have a lot of programs that is also exposing some community. Maybe Sir Bell will going to expound on it, no? But there are a lot of business ideas are being right now for that Crest Renewables. Then yung mga green, yan ang pumasok ngayon sa startup natin. So we have JECA. This is cakes and pastries, non-ERDT graduate student-led. So kasi sa kanila, they wanted to innovate the packaging. So they wanted to develop something like from the makerspace. And then yung iba kasi yung cake nila, nasa jar, and mga ganun ba. No? Then another, yung...
Food naman yun, sir. No?
Food naman yun.
So.
And then Solaris plus PH, this is a solar panel roof installation and household solar system. This is ERDT scholar-led. No?
Okay.
Then they are installing solar panels para sa household system naman po. So parang kung you want to have like mga CCTV o kaya na i-install, sila naman is solar. Ito, no? Okay? Then we are also joined by another school which is physics, the biomedical physics group. They are into hydrogel and bioplastic for bone.
So spin-off rin yan, sir, no?
Sa loob, mamawasok pa sila. So,
papasok. Okay.
Nandiyan na sila, then they are from the different school. Kami engineering sila kasi sa
pero
USC
pa rin.
USC pa rin, yan.
Okay.
So they're into bone tissue engineering po. Malaki din yung budget nila sa nakuha nila for a lot of research.
Very good.
Okay. Then, itong mga nandito, like unsay sakyan,
no?
for example, unsay sakyan, this is para transpo up. This would be an entry for the ICT, no? The ICT pitch deck
lalo na ngayon,
caravan. So para is public access to routing availability para sa app ng mga modernized jeepney para parang Singapore ba
yun yung generation jeepneys natin.
Yes. Then, the red ones, itong flood fix at saka ecotile, nang-negotiate pa rin tayo dito sa mga students-led.
Papasok pa lang.
Kasi isa sa mga challenges natin talaga, especially for the undergrad, takot silang mag-start up eh. Because they're just taking the Technopreneurship 101 as a requirement project lang. Parang mandatory requirements, parang lang, compliance lang, but not really with the heart pa. So we need to have more and more campaign and maybe promotional materials para sa engagement nila, no?
Alright.
So marami yan naka-pitch because we have a pitch competition. Actually, this is equivalent to a Shark Tank called Gladiator's Ring. So this is led by some Cebu startup community as the judges.
Parang sa Torian eh.
Yeah, then there are investors actually na buy out sa kanila. Meron nga kaming isang startup na hindi pumasok sa amin, no? So that is also a case na kinuha siya agad parang na-fish out siya kaagad ng investor, no? Which is also a startup.
Which is a good outcome. No?
Yeah, a good outcome, but also there is also a setback.
Why? Ganun sila kagaling.
Yeah, baka ang intellectual property niyan pupunta na sa iba, hindi na sa atin, di ba? Yun din ang setback niyan. Okay, so
thank you very much.
ito
Congratulations,
ganito.
Sir.
Meron kaming Marites. Interested ba yung Marites? Itong Marites is complaint storage app. Ganun. Ang dami talagang
Mamaya,
ideas.
Sir, I'm sure maraming tanong yung ating mga audience sa mga ibang...
Yes.
Very good. All right. Palapakan po natin si Sir Jello.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You may please take your seat, sir. Okay, our next panelist. Ito, multidisciplinary. Ito rin yung next panelist natin. No? Okay. Virgilio Linis, Dr. Virgilio Linis is a program manager for incubation at Animal Labs, TBI, and an associate professorial lecturer at DLSU Manila campus, where in addition to teaching biological science courses, also provides concept shaping and evaluation for early stage startup teams. He got his PhD from the University of New England, New South Wales, and his master's from Canberra and De La Salle. And he has also been in the Navy. Parang ano yun, parang kanta yun, no? Di ba disco yun? Wag niyo kong pasayawin, no? Okay. He is also a co-founder. Ito yung kanyang technopreneurial resume. He is also a co-founder, botanist of KitKat and Climate Change Corporation. Please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Virgilio Linis.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Linis, so I'm representing the Animal Labs on behalf of our team. So who we are. So next slide, please. Oh, by the way, I'm only using 5 slides required niya. So Animal Labs is basically a technology-based incubator of De La Salle University. So our aim is actually commercializations of research projects, inventions, creative ideas ng mga faculty, ng mga estudyante, and even those teams outside coming out from the outside the university. And we want to be a thought leader. So alam niyo naman yung thought leaders. So we need to encourage people and bring out that innovation-driven entrepreneurship mindset from any one of you. Kasi I know that there is a lot of setback in terms of mindset. Maraming natatakot, maraming calms, maraming pessimisms. Anyway, so how we do concretize that vision? So we do coaching of incubated products. We share our TBI practices. And then yes, with other universities, we're doing that. I will show you that in details, more details later on. And then we're also doing some trainings on pre-text. Technopreneurship practitioners, and we're holding workshops and seminars. Next slide, please. So Animal Labs is a joint venture between the university, the DOST, Fisheries. So we are formally funded by the DOST Fisheries for a number of years. Now we are being funded by the DLSU Science Foundation. And yes, so we're still bringing in that platform, easy, accessible, democratized platform for anyone who wants to prototype and do innovations. And with that, we have 2 facilities. One is an incubator, which is housed in the Manila campus, and the Fab Lab in Laguna campus.
Maganda rin yung location niyo sa ground floor, no? Nabisita na namin si Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strategically located.
Yes, next slide, please. So what do we do? So first, well, we do accept programs for proposals for sustainability and ESG projects. So we are trying to link our TBI into that. And anong opportunities? We're looking forward for countrywide problems. We're looking for, mga problems ng large corporations. We try to harness that, and then we bring it into people who wants to do some solutions towards the problems. And then, and then we also coming up with projects with USAID. So there's a number of projects. And then, operating plans. So when it comes to operating plans, we're looking into and in terms of trainings, we're conducting trainings over the Philippines. We do connect with university, and then we do those kind of activities. Industry clients, we're also handling that. So in fact, we are trying to do some brokering on commission research. We have a handful of ongoing commission research with Accenture and a couple of other industries. We're looking for innovation and solutions in partnership with corporations. Yes, trainings for solutions and innovations. And then, as usual, as TBI, we do the conventional works. A lot of those approaches were already been presented by our panels here. And then, yes, incubation and commercialization. So, in terms of incubation and commercialization, which a lot of you might be interested. Next slide, please. Hello, next slide, please. Okay. So here's our incubators at the moment. A lot of them are surviving. A lot of them are doing well. A number is a bit at the edge of the challenges because of the COVID phenomenon and situation over the last 2 years. So Nanotronics is one of our successful incubators. So they're doing nanomaterials additives.
Ano sir yung mga ano? What is the use of the products ng Nanotronics?
Okay, Nanotronics started with automotive products. So they're tying up with BMW to supply some materials, mainly internal parts, as an alternative material. Now they are coming up with 7 iterations of a material that would replace plastic. So they're doing that. Okay. We have Rinelas. These are all women group, and most of their
materials rin to, sir, no?
Yes, most
sustainable materials.
Yes, sustainable materials, agri-waste. They're turning them into the usual personal stuff that are being used by clients and customers in hotels and in the hospitals. Recently, they landed up with a contract with St. Luke's Hospital. They are now supplying materials to them. They also landed with a contract with Manila Hilton. Hilton Hotels.
Pang 5-star hotel na sila, sir.
Yes. But yes, as usual, a lot of these startups don't want to leave the TBI. So we'll go into that details later on, and what are the issues behind that, and successful na, but why won't you leave? Why don't you leave? So alam niyo yan.
Natuwa masyado, sir, no?
Yes, and then we have a couple of other, a handful of startups which are professors' startups. So like Bison, we have Lipad, a drone educational kit, and then we have material characterization and analysis. So these are some of the examples of professors, faculty-led startups. So they are all housed in some of those centers and departments in the university. Some are coming from the outside who wants to be incubated, like Machibox. Corpus, Vertical Axis Wind Turbine, is actually a partnership between Victor Corpus, if you remember the name, Victor Corpus and TUP. So that's one. And then Civica is our recent incubating social labs. So they're coming up with a handful of social labs. If you have heard about that, they are mainly platforms, but they are actually social hubs, an agglomeration of people of various backgrounds, focusing on one issue, like hunger. So they're coming up with like hunger labs, energy labs.
So pang social enterprise pala to.
These are, yeah. And then Lions is live coverage and live streamings. And then iNano is another nanomaterial startup.
Dami nyo, sir, materials,
Yes.
material science spin-offs or startups,
Yes.
sir, no?
And actually, some of them were actually more or very much social, like innovative electronic and waste collecting device is a very social enterprise, but they have a prototype coming up. And films and videos, this is Edoxine, who had funding from the OST. And they're coming up with a social platform again. It's almost like a Netflix, but they're specializing on socially relevant films.
Sa creatives naman to, sir.
Yes, they're very creative. And then 40 grains, again, high-tech din na to, so it's all about fortification of the rice grain. It's also a faculty-led. Lion is student-based. Yan. So, yeah, so very much medyo diverse. We're trying to spread, but we're also trying to limit or to capture the essence of sustainability. So yun yung ano dito. Yun yung behind the diversity of the startup that we had. So any further questions po, we will be happy to receive later on. So anyway,
All right.
next slide please. So this is where we live, where we are. So we have 2 SAP facilities, and yep, they're all housing in 2 campuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Linis. Okay, and last, but certainly not the least, she has been with Upscale for less than a year, but during that brief period of time, marami na siyang nasimulan na programs, and she's helped a lot of teams as well. No? Maggie is a scientist, innovator, as well as creative collaborator in the sciences and the arts, with a background in biochemistry from De La Salle University, Manila, and immersed in the animal science and veterinary diagnostics industry, where she spent 5 years in R&D and operations. She joined Upscale to merge her deep interest in innovation, art, and the sciences. She now supports the acceleration of local early and advanced startups through Upscale's enterprise program. Please give a warm round of applause to Ms. Maggie Caparas. Ginit niya pa si Maggie, no?
Alright, thank you very much, Dr. Louie, and I'm very much honored to present outside the rest of the like really molding business incubators along the region. So allow me to just briefly give you guys an introduction to Scale Innovation. We are Man's premier technology business incubator and have built ourselves at the forefront and the lead in collaborative innovation in the country. So this afternoon, I'll be showcasing a bunch of success stories that have paved the way and to sharing our mission. Villame, the co of item in 2010.
One of the very first startups.
Yes.
And our earliest scholars. Parang kasi simula pa lang nung ERDT program niyan. No?
Yep. And then he built this alongside his thesis mates, which eventually found a niche in providing digital solutions to events. So Item Hound has served more than 1 million event participants through just from race time registration, brand activation, event management, and slide, please. Can we do the slide before?
Oh, yun yata talaga. Oh, anyway.
Yun talaga. Okay, so
kwento mo na lang si Waste for Good.
Yep. So si Waste for Good po is an urban and rural agriculture at the run of its compost activator solution. So biofertilizer yung product ni Waste for Good. It's a social enterprise. Waste from filling up landfills while empowering urban farmers across the community. This is led by Story, the founder and CEO of Waste for Good, Step Up Scholar. So this year alone, Waste for Good, a top 20 place in BPI CNAG, as well as other innovation challenges such as the She Disrupts Philippine Startup. So let's Charge. Okay, so Charge is one of our university spin-off ventures. It's Charge EV Technology. Was founded by Triple students in New Zealand on a mission to provide electric vehicle charging solutions. So they have been here across the market starting 2013. So they started the funded program under Charm and continue to design products, services geared towards to e-vehicles in the industry. So they have been into multiple deployments across Luzon. And just recently, I think this year, BOI, or the Board of Investments, approved of Charge Electronic Vehicles as the new domestic producer of e-vehicle fast chargers across the region. next for are not so secret. It's how we provide and support teams and founders. It's through our innovation and technopreneurship classes. So this is spearheaded by none other than our upscale director, Dr. Louis Sison. So on this on this semester alone, we are gathered by different students across different disciplines. So multidisciplinary fields across different colleges, which I have mentioned on the screen, from IE to BA, Computer Science, and Communications Engineering. So they go through capacity building programs under upscale innovation through our framework to focus on skills needed to identify and validate market opportunities. So we address this through tech solutions, through our lean startup and customer discovery framework. Okay, so for our milestones, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oops, wala pa. Okay, maybe it skipped. So for our milestones, last 2021, Upscale was awarded the Grand Champion during the Philippine Startup Incubator Awards as the best incubator. So this recognition is actually a culmination of our journey that started in 2019 through Doc Louis' technopreneurship classes. So it was from the establishment of the DOST UP Enterprise Center. The DOST Enterprise Center project pa lang siya under the DOST in 2010 as the technology incubator. So it was still called the Diliman Project or DOST Innovation Hub. So that was the beginnings of our industry academe collaboration since 2016. And we officially got inaugurated and rebranded to Upscale Innovation Hub to include both our startup incubation program, which is called Enterprise, as well as our industry academe collaboration programs called Ignite. So if you guys can go to the next slide, kung makikita yung roster of our startups, please.
Okay, atras. Can you go back? Patras. Okay, anyway.
All right. So we've...
Hindi na muna siguro, ano?
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much, Maggie. Let's give Maggie a warm round of applause. Okay, we have time for a couple of questions from the audience for our distinguished panelists. May gustong magtanong about incubation or startups, or maybe you want to pitch a startup idea and get feedback. Hindi po kami kasing sungit ng Shark Tank, no? Konti lang. Yes, in the back. Is there a question in the back? Okay, habang nag-iisip kayo ng tanong, ako muna mag-ano, no? I have one question for the panel, no? From your perspective, no, many of you have gone through several startup teams, both the highs and the lows of the startups. In your experience, what are the key success factors for to be able to move a spin-off or a startup forward? Anyone like to get started on that question? Okay, yes, Jello.
I think in our case, we have this active startup community, Cebu startup community. And then I think it is one of the success factors would be the engagement of the startups to the investors and startup community.
Wait,
so we
the
have,
money, no? Yung pera.
Yes, we have that at least once a month activity with Cebu startups, so they can talk with the members of the ecosystem, their experiences, and then maybe get some tips. Then in a way, you will be also be enticed to become successful as they,
so
because they act like mentors.
Open networking to sir.
Yes, actually
for all of the teams in your
there is always
bridges.
a sponsor on that. Then there is something like cocktail and drinks.
Yan.
And then usually during night
Importante
time.
yun.
So we have to extend time. So from 6 o'clock to around 10 o'clock in the evening. And that's one of the great things. So we really wanted to engage our startup wannabes so that they can picture themselves with those successful people.
So this is not very formal, no? But just networking. With
Yes,
with
not very
the whole
formal.
network.
Yeah.
Once a month yan, sir?
Yeah, once a month.
Oh, very good. Yes, sir, Bench. Go ahead.
In my case, what we've seen in successful startups sa Ateneo was basically the team composition. A lot of the successes we've seen was the persistence and determination by the founders to pursue their particular startups. I think if you have determination and perseverance, you can become very resourceful and find the particular and define the particular need that you really know. And what the incubation or the TBI can do is actually assist you in that particular portion. Of course, the TBI has to have the network to be able to. In our case, we're a 163-year-old institution, so we have generated a lot of alumni. So,
maraming pwedeng hingan, sir, no? Or i-approach na investors also, no? Angels.
Fortunately, a lot of our alumni are in key positions that we're able to take advantage of. No? So, I would say na if the founders, the people behind the startups are very persevering and determined about their particular startup, they can find the way to success.
All right, thank you, Sir Bench. Anyone like to add also? Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you. Siguro, in the process of offering our technopreneurship courses, no, yung parating nakikita namin with the student teams, yung benefit ng mentors who are able to give their insights early para alam na nila kaagad ano yung mga hindi wag nilang gawin, and
the do's and don'ts, especially the don'ts.
Do's and don'ts. Kasi lalo na itong mga mentors, parang they've been through the Shark Tank, parang gano'n. And parang ito na yung dapat nyong gawin.
Ito yung mga wala sa textbook, sir,
correct,
diba?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I guess just to add to all the mentorship that was mentioned by our panel here, I think for us it's one of the parang key factors or on how startup founders are quite very inquisitive, and they're very much open to attending sessions that might not be parang quite their hindi yun yung masyado yung comfort zone.
Yeah.
So, and also when we would guest when you would have fireside chats with previous founders, so they would ask questions and they would have parang collaboration conversations after the fireside chat. So making the most out of who we bring into the program, and also staying open to being inquisitive in general of the topics and sessions that we provide, not just from the mentors but also from industry collaborators that we bring in.
So it's okay if you're not knowledgeable in business in the beginning, as long as you pick up very quickly. It's makulit ka magtanong. No?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Maggie.
For us at the Ambishore IT, we have two offices who are taking care of business incubation and commercialization. So TBI, and we have our KTTO office. Now we divided the two. Now if it is an IP asset of the university, KTTO takes over. So it's quite strict. I'm the director of KTTO, so
Sila
I would,
legal side.
yeah.
No?
So I would say to Sage, it is an IP asset to the university. Then the TTO will do the commercialization. as to start up in terms of ideas coming from our students, so just starting, then it is the TBI doing it. Now for us, I think our experience suggests that it's more of the presence of the mentors, both at the TBI and outside of the TBI, which we usually source outside of the Philippines. These are our previous mentors at Berkeley and some startup mentors also, our classmates at Berkeley.
So that's one advantage of joining a TBI, no?
Yeah. So
expanding your network not just in the
yeah.
Philippines but worldwide.
No, we usually source angels from
Yon.
those actually, aside from of course Dado Banatao.
So yung napapanood nila sa TV, they can get to experience that for
Yeah.
real if you
So
join the
these are
TBI.
sort of Shark Tanks and all of those
Okay.
actually.
Thank you, Dean.
Anyway, my idea would be this is about you becoming a startup. So, ano yung mga factors if you want to become a successful startup? So, unang-una, yung business idea. If you have $1 million business idea and you don't know how to time it, then you're just wasting your time.
Pagsisisihan nila,
pagsisisihan
no?
yan
Biglang
later on.
kita na 2
Just
years down
wasting
the
your
road.
effort.
That could have been me, right?
Secondly, you need to understand the business planning. You need to understand the business environment. So if you know the idea and you don't know how to execute your business idea, then you're doomed. So that's why the business model is handy, because the business
BMC.
model needs to be changed, needs to be reviewed every time and then, because you need to realize that it's not always the same. The environment is not always
Dynamic
the same.
yun, sir, no?
It's dynamic. Next, yung tinatawag natin yung execution or timing. If you execute your business idea, pero you're on the wrong time, then it's not worth it. Nobody will listen to you. Not even the angel investor would invest money on you, right? Because they will think it's a bullshit. It's a bullshit idea, right? Next.
Wala na yung market, for example, no?
Next,
The market
yung
may
market
have moved on.
research. You really need to do market research. That's why I'm telling you, you need to understand your environment. You're trying to push an idea, you have it organized, and yet you don't understand the market. Ang dami palangan. And then that relates to the next factor, your competitor. It's always about competition, because if you are unique, good, push it. Pero if you have competitors, then you have to come up with something that will make you be enticed, that people would demand your product, your idea. Otherwise, well, again, you will be doomed again. And then, yung product development, of course, a lot of you are engineers.
Engineers na. Ayan,
Product
expertise.
development. So you really need to understand your product. You need to prototype it. That's why we're all talking about these iterations, because the product will not always be good. You need to change every time and then, because the demand has changed, the environment has changed, and yan. And then lastly, yung tinatawag nating business model nga, yan. You need to, that's one of the most important ingredient that you need to understand in terms of doing it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir, Dr. Bear. We have time for just one last question before we wrap up. Okay, kung wala, any final words from our panelists? Baka gusto nyong may invite kayo or i-announce na upcoming event or program? Ang alam ko magla-launch, so Ateneo is about to launch as part of the next generation, next batch ng TBIs under DOST, right? So that will be coming up, no? Right. All right. Okay, so anyone else? Go ahead, Maggie.
Okay, I'll just plug our upcoming incubation program, which will officially start next month. So our batch 12 cohort for our incubation program. So this run is together with our co-incubator called Isla Ventures. So yung verticals or focused industry focus areas namin for this run is food tech, food systems, agri-tech sustainability, and
Yan ang napapanahon ngayon, no?
yup, napapanahon.
The food crisis, pero meron ding food opportunity. Whenever there is crisis, there is opportunity for entrepreneurship. No?
Yup. So you guys can visit our Facebook page. Ipa-plug ko na rin, Upscale Innovation Hub. If you guys know of startups that are on the verticals of sustainability, food tech, food systems, who already have tractions and their minimum viable products ready. So we'd love to have them apply to our program. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
I suggest that we can have a compendium of this success.
Oo nga.
Kasi
Sige, sir.
a lot of universities already have success stories from our ERDT scholars para mag-encourage naman ang ating mga bagong scholars.
This is actually the first time na nagkasabay-sabay kami sa yan. Kaya nga sabi ko, we must do this in this event. So, again, thank you to the organizers and Sir Happy and Sir Well for making it happen, and of course the internet. No? Very good suggestion, sir. Thank you. All right, so let's give another round of applause to our distinguished panel. Thank you again so much for your time and your sharing, and I hope everyone learned a lot from this. No?
May we request the panelists to please stay on stage because we will have the awarding of certificates. So yes, so parang tayo, no? Nag-tour tayo around different consortium universities dun sa mga techno hubs nila kasi parang lahat napuntahan natin yung mga innovation hub nila. So it's a fruitful discussion actually. All right, so for the awarding of certificates, may I request Dean Tanchuling for the awarding of certificates, and also Dr. Rosana Ferolin of the University of San Carlos. I'll just read the certificate of appreciation. So this certificate is presented to the name of the panelists for sharing their invaluable knowledge and expertise as a panelist with the topic Success Factors and Challenges for Scholarpreneurs during the 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress and Poster Competition with the theme Upscaling Engineering Education and Research, given this 30th day of September 2022 at the Hotel Rembrandt, Timog Avenue, Quezon City, signed by the program leader of ERDT, Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling, PhD. Thank you very much to Dr. Sison, Dean Tanchuling, Dr. Ferolin, and to our panelists. Okay, grabe. Punong-puno tayo ngayong afternoon na ito. Ano po? So now, after that panel discussion, we will now proceed to our next speaker. Okay? Ready na po ba tayo? Gising pa po ba tayo? Gising na gising, syempre. Okay. So moving forward to our next speaker this afternoon, who will talk about upscaling the economy through AI. The next speaker is a professor of analytics and industrial engineering at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Department of Industrial Engineering and Operations Research. He specializes in decision support systems, business analytics solution, data mining, optimization, and systems simulation. He is also the program coordinator of the Artificial Intelligence and Data Science programs of UP Diliman. He obtained his PhD in Industrial Engineering from Arizona State University in May 2013. Additionally, he obtained his Master's of Science in Industrial Engineering degree as well as his Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering from the University of the Philippines, Diliman in 2009 and 2007, respectively. He was inducted into the Alpha Pi Mu Industrial Engineering Honor Society in 2012. His 10 years of work and research experience are in the fields of business analytics, both here in the Philippines and in the United States of America, specifically in the banking, FMCG, manufacturing, real estate, healthcare, telecommunications, and information technology industries. Also, he is the current director of the Business Analytics Certification Program of the UP National Engineering Center. Furthermore, he was part of the 50-person APEC team that drafted the recommended data science and analytics competencies last May 2017 in Singapore. He is also a certified SAP ERP Materials Management Consultant, a MATLAB Computing Associate, and an advocate of the R programming language. That's a lot, okay? So for this afternoon, let us all welcome our next speaker, Dr. Eugene Rex Hallow.
Thank you very much, Doc Eden. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was tasked to talk about the hottest program or the sexiest program ngayon sa UP Diliman, which is AI. Okay. Well, although it's both AI and data science, but basically, how do we catalyze AI and apply it in our economy here in the Philippines? Okay. So thank you very much. Next slide, please. Right. So let me just define AI. So in simple terms, AI is basically the application of intelligent systems to solve an engineering problem or any type of problem, whether it's not it's related to linguistics, whether it's political in nature, or general industries that engineers are involved, right? So we're just basically coming up with intelligent systems that require intelligence, okay? Which for me, mas may intelligence pa ito kaysa sa mga ibang tao na sa social media ngayon. So if we look at this opportunity, like for example, the smart car from Tesla, and using computer vision to identify tumors in the brain, those are just some examples of how AI could be used and capitalized and be applied to our industries. Okay, so next slide, please. Right? We also think that AI is parang an overarching term na kailangan intelligent yung mga robots and so on. But that is science fiction. Okay, it's incredibly hard, right? Yung biggest AI model ngayon, umaabot ng mga 250,000 neurons ang sasabi. But it's still far less than the number of neurons of an ant. So kulang pa talaga yung mga models. So that's why we are focusing really on special purpose AI, wherein AI that's solving a small problem, like a logistics problem, a classification problem. So yun lang yung focus ngayon na kaya ng mga computing powers natin. All right? So don't think na we are building intelligent humanoids dyan that will replace us basically. No, that's already that's in the near future, but we're not there yet. All right? So when we talk about AI, it should be a special purpose or a specific problem solving AI. Okay? Next slide, please. Right, and in the advent of AI, we have nowadays the computing power, the GPU, na dati pang gaming, ngayon ginagamit pang solve ng AI problems. Alright? We already have that now. With, of course, the explosion of data and, of course, the progress of algorithms. Maraming po tayo nakukuha ngayon. Kaya, sobrang sikat ng AI ngayon. Okay? Next slide, please. However, there are also limitations, all right, that we have to have clean data, we have to have sufficient data. We also have difficulty explaining results because we think of AI as a black box. Hindi mo naiintindihan ano nangyari sa loob. So, mahirap pa siya i-explain. And difficulty of generalizing, of course, it's biased kung sino yung gumawa ng AI. It might tend, skew towards the creator of that AI. Next slide, please. Now, this is a very concerning thing that China is investing a big chunk of their GDP into AI research. And they are they're churning a lot of patents, and based on the past 2 years, 90% of the patents related to AI are from China. So, nakakatakot. Baka in the next few years, we might be paying China for the use of their technologies. Okay? So, that's a little bit concerning. Dapat tayo rin, we should catch up in the field of AI, in the field of data science, and in the field of neural computing and so on and so forth. Europe is also investing a lot of resources, next slide, as well as in Singapore. All right? Singapore, next slide please, invests around billions of dollars as the only ASEAN country that really is into AI. But all other ASEAN countries are starting. I hope that the Philippines will be the next in line in investing into AI. Next, please. So if you look at this map, the North America, China, Russia, they have a policy for AI, a government initiative for AI. Sadly, tayo Pilipinas, last year lang siya lumabas, courtesy of DTI as well as DOST. But we are really lagging behind. Next slide, please. Okay? And now, given the state of AI, I would like to show you some use cases, all right, on how AI can be capitalized or regenerate our BPOs, all right? So this is example of our use cases that our students are working on, like predictive call routing, interactive voice response, conversational AI, emotional intelligence AI, AI-powered recommendations, and even call analytics. Right? I have seen some BPOs use some of these, and there are a lot of opportunities for us, for researchers, especially you guys, ERDT scholars, and the like, to do more research with a lot of AI. Okay? Next slide, please. Also in agriculture, we in the Philippines are really heavy in agriculture. And as you can see, in China, they use robots to tend to their crops, right? And they also use drones to automatically detect issues with their crops, basically identify the health of their products, right? So it really it helps. It is not designed to replace the current ones that are doing farming. It's meant to help them, right? Imagine a drone doing the work of a manual farmer 10 times more efficient. And makakapagpahinga yung farmer, and then be able to sell or to do more upskilled labor than just doing inspection. Okay, so think of AI as a catalyst to not to replace, but to uplift the quality of life or the quality of work na ginagawa ng mga current employees and mga workers natin in agriculture. Next slide, please. Supply chain. The world is in chaos ngayon. Ang daming problema sa supply chain. may maraming problems on shortage of chips sa cars manufacturing. Yung waitlist ng mga hybrid cars, I've heard from Toyota, is around 2 years na. So if you want a hybrid car ngayon, you have to wait for 2 years. That's so sad. So AI can really help in that, right? So we can use AI for supply chain automation, predictive analytics and forecasting, supplier relationship management, computer vision in supplier chains, and sustainability, all right? Manufacturing sustainability is, again, one of the byproducts of using AI in supply chain and manufacturing. Right? Next, please. Of course, tourism, all right? Dito sa Pilipinas, we can use AI to do flight forecasting, facial recognition, instead of using the archaic boarding pass. China uses just a picture of you to board you in your flight, okay? As well as hotel check-ins, all right? So that's the future, all right? We want to capitalize on that to, of course, make our process more efficient, save on printed paper. I've recently come from a meeting where we implemented a system for UP na replaces the manual system of creating a disbursement voucher. Imagine, ganito kakapal yung reimbursement na request only for 200 pesos na reimbursement. Okay? All the disbursement vouchers and all the supporting documents. So if we can come up with an alternative for that, yeah, that's good, right? Personalized travel planning, smart baggage handling, and dynamic pricing, right? As one of the major applications of AI, all right? Next pa. And in retail, all right? This is an example of a chatbot that will aid the barista in generating your coffee order. Okay, so this company uses chatbots. You as a customer just key in the kinks of your order and so on, like cafe latte, no milk, or something like that. Then you give that in this chat box, and then voila, you don't have to pila in the store. Just get it because it's automatically charged, right? So those are the futures of retail: an AI-powered smart store, AI for visual search, customer preferences, even robots to scan shelves. So it's really about automation and improving the efficiency of our current workforce. Okay? Again, it's not there to replace them, but to help them do their jobs better. Okay, that's what we are pushing. All right, in AI. Okay, next slide, please. Of course, healthcare. Now, this is one example of one of the outputs. College of Engineering. Okay, next po. So we have a lot of courses on classical as well as the more modern approach of machine learning. We have a capstone project that you're required to publish your research. Next. And for PhD students, we have computational learning theory and CC autonomous robots. Okay, we require our students to go through well the epitome of AI, which is robotics, right? And various other elective courses, right? These are some of our selected research. Professor Prosnaval is the project leader for Fish Eye. He was able to develop a system that was able to detect the type of fish in a specific area and the weight of that fish. Because the problem is you would need to estimate the biomass of a specific area under the water in this area. And using AI, they were able to accurately measure ilang ba tayo yung biological na elements in that area at any given time. Okay, and my own research is the vehicle routing. We have optimized a bank's armored truck routing by minimizing the total distance traveled. Okay, by solving the transportation traveling salesman problem. Okay, next. These are some of our laboratories. We have high-performance computing laboratories for GPUs and servers for general-purpose AI solving. Okay, and next slide, please. Yeah. So let me end with the last two slides. Okay. So my friend Doc Ligot from the Analytics Association of the Philippines gave me this current situation. It's basically a picture of the ads that we see around. All right? May tubero, may iba hindi totoo diyang tubero. Okay, alam niyo na yun. All right? This is the current state of the ads here in the Philippines. Right? Let me show you the next slide. These are the ads in India. All right? Some advertise that they're doing data science. Some are doing SAP, HRMM, FICO. Some are doing Python, and so on and so forth. And even they advertise in buses. Okay? So, do you see the gap, all right? Currently, we have tuberos, and then in India, they are advertising this. So, I hope to see the day that we would see these types of ads, okay, that would appear in my emails, in your neighborhood. Now, this is the next big thing, okay, and there's a lot of opportunities for us engineers and scientists to capitalize the work of data science and AI within the next 5 years. Okay, so I hope in our lifetimes, ito na yung makikita natin. All right, so with that, thank you very much for listening. If we have time for a few questions, I'll be here. Okay? Okay, thanks. All right, thank you, Eden.
Thank you. Dapat we'll have a 20-minute break. However, we are pressed for time. So, isa-serve na lang yata ang PM snacks. Tama po ba? And then, we proceed to the last but not the least na session natin for this afternoon. Okay lang po ba? Carry pa? Okay. Okay pa. Okay. So, maybe during the talk, you can go for coffee. Tapos balik po tayo sa seats na lang natin. Ano po? Okay. So, right. So, we are down to our last speaker for today's event, but certainly not the least. So, our last speaker is an assistant professor at the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at the University of San Carlos. He obtained his MSEE degree in the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and he is currently pursuing a Doctor of Engineering degree at USC. He led a research project on off-grid energy access funded by the Commission of Higher Education and the British Council Newton Fund, where he developed a deep affinity with a remote island community composed mostly of informal settlers. For the past 5 years, he led and supervised studies and community engagement on energy-related problems in the off-grid island of Gilutongan in Cordova, Cebu. With his passion being in teaching for more than 32 years now, he seeks to create in his classes and in the USC BSEE program a synergy between teaching, learning, research, and community extension. To talk about service learning, leaving a mark, student and faculty-led research projects aimed at solving existing societal issues, friends, let us all welcome Engineer Isabelo Rabuya.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So being last has its advantages and disadvantages. So I'll just think of the advantage now that you are excited. Excited for the snacks or for the na malapit na tayong matapos, does not matter. Okay, so the Philippines has a lot of societal issues. We don't have to read the newspaper kasi puro na lang yata bad news, no? But we can look around us and we can identify societal issues of interest for our research. Alternatively, we can also take a look at the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. So I guess all of us are familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals. Let us take, for example, SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. So maybe all of us in this room right now have access to clean water in our homes. But if we go beyond the our comfort zones and go to informal communities, then we can see that there are still Filipinos where clean water is a daily challenge. Behind each SDG is an existing societal issue on a global scale. What is interesting is that if we take a deeper look at these SDGs, we see that for each one, there are defined targets with corresponding indicators. So, can we go to the next slide? So these targets and indicators can guide us where we might direct our research where there will be greater impact in solving existing societal issues. So for this presentation, let's focus on SDG 7. So we can see there on the slide right now, the first 3 targets. The first is on ensuring universal access or total electrification to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services, which unfortunately for the Philippines, we have not yet attained that. Right now, maybe we are at 96%. It's also like an S-curve that as we go towards 100%, the more difficult it will be in our case, especially since we are an archipelagic country. The second target is on renewable energy. The third is on energy efficiency. If we go to the next slide, next slide, please. So in the next slide, we also have there targets and indicators that are maybe more of interest to researchers. So enhance international cooperation to facilitate access to clean energy research, and then expand infrastructure and upgrade technology. Now, in the University of San Carlos, around the 2010s, our administration defined our research agenda as follows: food, water, waste, and energy, because these were seen by the administration as regional needs. In response, the School of Engineering, can we go to the next slide? We started a research center on energy around 2015. So the vision is to be a relevant research hub for developing innovative energy solutions for the good of humanity. So for our mission, we are looking at multidisciplinary research, first towards scientific understanding of issues, and second, the development of sustainable technology-based energy solutions that are appropriate to the Philippines. Next slide, please. So in this research center, can we go to the next slide? So these were our strategic goals. So in 10 years, we are now on our 7th year. So we should have made significant contributions to the Philippines in providing energy technologies and solutions through increased number of patents and publications, increased number of funded collaborative projects, establishment of startups and spin-offs with industry partnerships, transfer of appropriate technologies to local communities, establishment of a pool of researchers, maintain strong linkages with stakeholders, and increased public awareness on energy issues under appropriate solutions. So in terms of publications, can we go to the next slide? So these are the publications coming from the research center, from ERDT scholars and faculty. Next slide, please. So from around 2016 to the current year. Next slide, please. So the challenge in terms of doing research that will leave an impact to societal issues, we address this in the University of San Carlos. Since we are an academic institution, we address this as a university. And as a university, we are looking at 3 core functions. So, first of all, the core function of instruction. Typically, in the Philippines, when we think of academic institutions, for the common Filipino, this is what comes to mind. So that is why we have schools that are focusing only on instruction, and sadly, we even have diploma mills. However, beyond offering our undergraduate and graduate programs, and in our case, we are also looking now at offering short courses for those already in the university, but even those who are outside. So beyond instruction, the university must also be doing research, producing new knowledge. So this can be production of knowledge cannot be done instantaneously. We have to develop research capacity in order that we'll be able to make contributions to the knowledge bank and do innovation. However, beyond instruction and research, we should also be able to apply our learning outputs and our research outputs to produce transformation in our relevant community. So this is community extension. So we facilitate transformation through community engagement, practicing social responsibility, and also advocating for the resolution of global issues. So in USC, we are doing this. We are striving to do this in a multidisciplinary way. So we have 7 schools. We are in the School of Engineering, but we also collaborate with the other schools depending on the area that we are working on. So for example, on energy efficiency in buildings, we work with our architecture colleagues. So for our research in the center that we have started, as I have mentioned, let's go to the next slide. So in order to do research, we need to have a vehicle because typically universities will not be able to allot a big amount of funding for internal research. Fortunately for CREST, we had 2 projects funded projects from 2017 to 2020. First of all, we have, as mentioned in the introduction, the CHED Newton Fund. So as part of our research implementation, we went to a remote island, not really remote in terms of distance because it can be reached in 30 minutes, but in terms of access to electricity and also access to energy in general. So we conducted research, like we involved our students. For example, the plot that you can see there is actually the voltage. So that means that in this community, they only have 4 hours of electricity, and on the average, it is around 150 volts. So we did research capacity building for our faculty along with our ERDT scholars and our undergraduate students on energy access. And in the next slide, please. Another component of the project is on energy efficiency in buildings. So research capacity building on building energy modeling and also doing research work on energy efficiency in buildings. Next slide, please. On energy access, fortunately, after the CHED Newton Fund, we became part of the ASEP Cells project, wherein funding was available to implement a pilot system. So this is what you can see on the screen is the top view of an 11 household microgrid. The challenge is not primarily on technology because technologies are readily available at the right price, no? Because these prices have been dropping for the last few years. The challenge that we can see is on the sustainability aspect, especially on the affordability of electricity. Energy poverty is defined as spending more than 10% of the household income for your energy needs. Electricity plus, typically for us in the Philippines, fuel for cooking. So you can do a rough calculation. What is your monthly household income, total household income? Take 10% of that. If you spend more than 10% for electricity plus your fuel for cooking, then you are energy poor, which I don't think that is true for us here, but especially in informal communities, that is the case. So we do studies on how to make energy access available and sustainable in these off-grid communities. Next slide, please. While doing research, however, eventually this naturally led to community extension. visits to the community, by the way, not just in this island, but there were also other islands that we visited. So when you go to a site to do your research, it's not just that you just arrive at the site, take your data, and then leave. So you have to engage with your partners. So they are people, not just your source of data. Eventually, you get to know of their problems, the technical problems, because you also get to know of the chismis in the island. But it is an opportunity for applying the things that our students have learned in the classroom, apply it in an actual setting, so it becomes a living laboratory. So we do community engagement in order that we'll really be able to understand what the problems of the community are. And in this case, we got involved because eventually there will be requests. They know that you are into this area and they will ask you that, can you help us with our problem? For us, these are just textbook problems maybe that our students can solve, but in a theoretical way. But the benefit for our students is that they get to apply what they've learned in class, and at the same time, we help the community. Next slide, please. Community extension, however, is not just limited to needy communities. We also treat other institutions as community partners. For example, we did this building energy modeling for the Bohol provincial government. So we have ERDT scholars involved in the project. They get to practice what they have learned, and at the same time, they are able to produce outputs that are useful to our partner community. Next slide. And then during the lockdowns, we created an online community. Participation came from universities all over the Philippines. We also had industry participants. So we had this Sustainable and Clean Energy Research Network wherein we had sessions on various topics. For example, here, this is our Facebook advertisement for the free workshop on Introduction to Building Energy Modeling. So this is for the academic community. Next slide, please. Research and community extension also enhanced instruction. In this slide, we have the LMS front page of our course, Energy-Wise, Are You Green? So this is not just an energy literacy course, because we engage our students not just in understanding how we use energy at home, but also we introduce them to the energy issues of our society. And the good thing about this is that this course is open to all the programs in the university. So this course has been running for 7 semesters now. We have 4 sections per semester. So all in all, we already enrolled more than 1,000 students. And these students come not just from engineering, but also from business, architecture, fine arts, psychology, nursing, education. So energy is something that we use every day. And in the advocacy for reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, it is not just the engineers who should be able to understand the technicalities, although for the non-engineering students, we boil it down to something that they can readily grasp. Next slide, please. So in this course, we also introduce them to the issue of the societal issue of the lack of energy access. So we have from the project a video in YouTube about our partner community, and our students do a case study wherein energy access is related to water, food, health, waste, and so on, with the other daily concerns of people living in remote areas. So in this course, this is still on energy-wise. Next slide, please. We also have our students look at their own consumption, and also we give them the question if there is a solar panel in your rooftop. So we created a template where they will, based on their billing and based on their appliances, they are able to model their household electricity consumption, and then in an Excel template, the appropriate size of the solar panel, and then propose it as a final requirement for this part of the course, propose it to their parents on what they think about it. Typically, the answer is it's very expensive. We cannot afford it. But at least we develop the awareness that there are options in terms of reducing our carbon footprint. Next slide, please. On professional courses, the products of our research and community extension, we also use it to enhance professional courses. For example, in power plant engineering design, wherein we give our BSE students real-world data on demand, and also real-world data from our pilot microgrid. It is a small microgrid, 8 kilowatts for just 11 households, but with freezer, most of the conveniences that we know who are connected to the grid. And they extend that, using that data, they extend in order that they will be able to do their design for the whole community. So next slide. Going back, we have seen this already. So there should be synergy between instruction, research, and community extension. It cannot be that we'll just focus, as usually what has happened on instruction. We should use the output of our research to enhance instruction, use the output of our research, or use research as a vehicle for community extension. Because when we do community extension, when we go to our partner communities, it is also there that we see the real-world problems that they face. And this gives us ideas for research projects that we also write in our proposals for funding institutions. Next slide, please. I'm just listing here some of the insights that we have gained from the activities that were presented. So first, societal issues typically require long-term solutions. It cannot be solved overnight. As academicians, as even for our ERDT scholars, you can still contribute even if you are not teaching, because you can produce knowledge products. So in the university, I believe that one of our important roles is to prepare today's students as the next generation of problem solvers. Next is that the academe must go beyond mere classroom instruction to address societal issues and engage with the relevant communities and stakeholders. We must go out, not just the faculty, but our students as well, in order that we can engage with the relevant communities where our research will be useful and our presence will also be helpful. I've mentioned this, exploit the synergy of instruction, research, and community extension. And then, I believe the way towards lasting impact is institutionalization. That means that we can do a pilot project here, we can do another there, no? But typically these are person-based, and if that person moves on to another venture, then everything stops. How can we do that? One of the ways we believe is for the academe, we can establish courses complete with material so that it will already be there, like the EnergyWise course, so that anybody will be able to teach that to prepare our students to be the next generation problem solvers. Also, incorporation of service learning. I haven't mentioned service learning because it is more of a formal process of engaging your students in a particular course to tackle a particular problem in a community. Another is on shaping national policy. As I have mentioned, we can do a project, we can show what we have done, but in order to create greater impact, we should do our part in shaping national policy. This is not easy. Right now, we are involved in workshops, discussions involving stakeholders from national government agencies, DOE, the National Electrification Administration, and typically they look at the research that we do in the academe as just exercises in order that our students can fulfill the requirements and graduate. So eventually, we really need to show that our universities can do research that will be really useful in shaping policy, providing research-based recommendations in order that improvements in the way that we do things can be institutionalized. In order to do that, we need to partner with different groups, the community, government, industry, civil society, and also the academe, because typically societal issues cannot be tackled using only a single discipline. We must work with those other disciplines in our academic community. And maybe just in general, having an attitude of sharing as you go. Next slide, please. Now, what we are doing actually is just an embodiment of a part of our university vision, which is a society where citizens are competent, noble in character, and community-oriented. What they know, they apply justly and honestly. What they do not know, they seek to learn. What they do not have, they endeavor to acquire. What they have, they share. Everyone can do such in our practice of our teaching learning in our university, research, and community extension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much po for that very informative talk. So indeed, no, tayong mga nasa academe and universities, we go beyond the universities, we go beyond the instructions, and we reach out to our society to address their needs. And actually, yung mga research na natin ngayon, they are being used by the community, they are being used for policy making, di po ba, nagiging basis na yon. So, thank you very much for that talk, Engineer Rabuya. Okay, so now at this point, may I request our afternoon session speakers, namely Dr. Sison, Dr. Halaw, and Engineer Rabuya, to please join me here on stage for a very quick Q&A or open forum. So everyone, this is your chance to ask questions to our speakers this afternoon. So if you have any questions, kindly approach the microphone. Microphone stand lang po yun nandun. Ayan, baka pwede pong lagyan natin siya ng microphone. Yan. And then you can state your name and then ask your questions. And for those who are joining us in Zoom, pwede rin po kayong magtanong. Pwede po yan. You just need to type in your questions and then I will read out your questions for you. Okay, so do we have anyone who has any questions for our speakers this afternoon? Huwag po tayong mahiya. Kala ko phone-in question eh. Hindi pala. May question sa Zoom. Okay. Okay, let me read this. Are there startups that deal with energy and energy efficiency? Nako.
Yes, there are a lot of startups, mostly on renewable energy, but there are also startups on energy efficiency. Actually, we we also made our attempt on a startup on energy efficiency. It's just that we believe the market is not that mature yet, so we will be repositioning in terms of what we can offer. But there are also other startups on energy efficiency. So there are established companies, we call them the energy service companies, but in terms of innovative products on energy efficiency, that's where maybe we can expect the startups to fill in. Doc Sison, maybe can elaborate on this more.
Doc, there is a question, Doc Sison. Baka
Yes.
makapagbigay ka ng insight. And this is about startups kasi. Are there startups that deal with energy and energy efficiency?
Energy is a big field. So energy efficiency certainly is one area under the overall energy umbrella. So sa energy top of mind, yung 1 watt, for example, yun yung hindi nalabas na slide. So I don't know kung naayos na yung slide ni Meggy kanina. But there's one startup that tracks motor performance, and they're using AI to get diagnostics for preventive maintenance. So when you improve the performance of motors, you get energy efficiency as a byproduct, no? Because if motors need maintenance, they will consume more energy for the same output. So off the top of my head, that's one startup for energy efficiency. In the general energy space, yung charge, which is rapid charging for e-vehicles, that could be considered energy, no? But more on the transportation side of energy, no? So off the top of my head, yun pa lang ang naisip ko. No? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sison.
Did I answer the question?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Thank you very much, Doc Sison and Engineer Rabuya. Now, we have another question from our Zoom participant. Medyo elaborate yung kanyang question. A 2011 Tech in Asia article says China's strategy is copy or localize first, innovate later, which most likely made the researchers learn a lot by localizing both old and new technology. In PH, however, or the Philippines, however, researchers and ERDT scholars are required to do novel and inventive tech thesis or researches, and most of the time are discouraged from focusing on localizing versions of market available or foreign technologies, even to the point of making it like a taboo to do a research focus on localization of a tech product. Now the question is, why can't Philippines emulate such a seemingly successful strategy, which is to encourage tech localization first and innovate later?
Okay, can I start?
Yes, Doc.
Minsan, short answer, no? Minsan sa Inglesan lang yan, no? It's the way you formulate the thesis topic. Because you can say na, okay, I'm just gonna make a localized version of, kunyari lang, no? You're gonna make a different version of a Wi-Fi access point. Okay, the localized mo with local parts. So, kahit ako, no, pag ako yung thesis advisor and my student says that to me, you know, I need to spend more time, you know, crafting and refining the thesis problem. No? So I would ask, okay, have you value engineered the Wi-Fi access point? Do you know which parts are overspecified and which are not? Do you know which conditions in the Philippines are not appropriate for the internationally made product? Okay, so yung mga sagot niya doon, yun yung ilalagay mo sa thesis proposal mo because those are detailed technical terms and, you know, those would make a viable thesis topic, no? So, minsan ganun lang, no? It's not so much na pinagbabawal, but, you know, as thesis advisors, kakampihan ko, I'm gonna play both sides, no? You know, as a thesis advisor, understandable now, you know, we need to have, you know, we need to craft the right language and define the problem very precisely. Okay, in a way also that would facilitate publication down the road, no? Kasi pag sinabi mong gumawa ka lang ng local version, hindi mo rin mapapublish yun, eh. So, you know, but there is a way to hit both birds with one stone, no? And I hope I gave that specific example that you can apply to whatever, kung sino may nagtanong, no, to whatever project, localization project that you're considering, no? To give you another example, I'm in the biomed device research area, and we do a lot of localization. But again, we're very specific, no? We don't, hindi thesis yung localization. Ang thesis namin is, you know, providing security features or, you know, providing interoperability of, you know, electronic health records following the FHIR standard, no? So again, it's a very technical term, and that part there is one aspect of the whole localization project. Okay, so yes, we localize, but hindi yun yung thesis. The thesis is that very technical thing that we have identified a clear problem for and that we have a unique, novel solution for. Okay, so it's not a clear yes or no answer. It's both. You know, you can do both. You can have a good thesis topic, and, you know, you can localize so that we can benefit the industries here in the Philippines. Right.
Thank you very much, Doc Season, for that very clear answer naman, di po ba? Kahit na hindi siya nag-take ng sides. Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, I also would agree with Doc Louie here. Kami sa industrial engineering or any engineering field, I agree with the premise that it's all about the problem, right? We usually classify the problem in two ways, right? You have an old problem, but you have a new solution to do that. Like, for example, in 2010 when I took my PhD, when you talk about computer vision, wala pang mga neural network. May mga neural networks na yun, but it was not really primed to do computer vision. We have the traditional ways of classification, right? And that was really novel back then, all right? Accepted yun na, yeah, you have an old problem and you use a new algorithm to solve that problem. Ngayon, the new algorithm are these mga deep neural networks and so on and so forth. You know, those things that are new in AI. The other type of problem is you have a new problem and you can use an old solution to solve it. For example, if a new problem, COVID came in 2020, and we wanted an optimal routing of patients within the ambulance routing to minimize the travel time of the patients in isolation. So there are existing solutions to that, and that's novel because we have mathematical models that are already developed in the 1940s and 1950s that are still applicable to solve that problem. And that is a very wonderful solution because you are solving a relevant problem, right? So either way, again, there's no clear-cut answer, yes or no. It's really how your research contribute in solving a societal problem, all right? So even if the societal problem is reduce the isolation time of COVID patients, that is relevant at the time we solve it, and we use old models to solve it. So innovation and it's just a byproduct, but really just focus on applying and solving research, and that is, of course, part of ERDT. R is research, okay, and solving societal problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc Halaw. Yes, sir.
Okay, another example, no, and this is from Triple E, microelectronics. So we have a very productive microelectronics group in our institute, and a good number of their research, which is published also in international journals, is just comparing. Parang sinabi ni Rex, no, it's just comparing existing approaches to a different context. Okay, so the approaches are in the literature, and then the context, alam na rin yan, but combining those two and doing it in a very rigorous, analytical manner, thesis yun. And napapublish po yun sa mga international venues. No? So they didn't invent anything new, but they have added to the body of knowledge, because before you cannot say, no, oh, would that work with this? Who knows, right? But after they do that, you know that if I try these three things, that's the best. Option B is the best one for this approach, and we can show it, we can prove it rigorously. That's the thesis. No? Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have another question.
This is just a rejoinder of the question. Okay. Now, China is one of the countries that has not signed the world's anti-piracy law, and then because all the businesses came into China, and they can just do this reverse engineering thing to come up with their own version. And then in this Congress, how would we think that if we are allowing or encouraging students to do reverse engineering? Yes.
Yeah. Well, iba naman kasi yung research, iba yung commercial eh. Right? And there are well-established legal precedents for reverse engineering something and still be able to come up with a product that doesn't violate other institutions or companies' intellectual IP rights. No? So may tinatawag na parang you have a curtain. Okay, so you have two teams. The well-known example is BIOS na mga chipsets for computers. No? So you have one team that reverse engineers it and then generates specifications, and then another team looks at those specifications, and then with that separation, hindi nila nakita yung ginawa ng isa, they will generate and they will produce a clone, and that's how the PC cloning industry got started, and that was perfectly US na to. So these companies were able to thrive in the U.S. environment. They were able to sell, at that time, IBM PC clones without getting sued by IBM and this other trends. So there is a legal way. There's a proper legal way around it. Of course, some companies don't even bother with that. But if you want to do it legally, there is a way to do it. And reverse engineering is not necessarily bad for research. It's a very fast way to learn. Without having to, go through the same long discovery process. So it's actually very efficient.
Thank you, Doc Season. So we can invite one more questions if there are any pa po. Meron pa po ba tayong tanong? if in case meron po tayong maisip na tanong later, we can ask our speakers naman po kasi they will be staying, I think, until the end of the Congress. All right? So again, thank you very much to our speakers, and may I request you to please stay on stage because we will have the awarding of certificates. At this point, may I call on the ERDT Program Leader, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, and also Dr. Maria Sheila Ramos, the Project Leader of the Mindanao State University Iligan Institute of Technology, to award our speakers the Certificate of Appreciation. Okay, I will now read out the Certificate of Appreciation. So this certificate is presented to Dr. Halaw, Engineer Rabuya, and Dr. Sison for sharing their invaluable knowledge and expertise as a speaker during the 10th Engineering Research and Development for Technology Congress and Poster Competition with the theme Upscaling Engineering Education and Research, given this 30th day of September 2022 at the Hotel Rembrandt, Timog Avenue, Quezon City, signed by the Program Leader of ERDT, Maria Antonia N. Tanchuling, PhD. Thank you very much again to our afternoon session speakers. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. Okay, so hindi pa tayo po tapos because nandito na po tayo sa isa sa pinaka-aabangan natin, which is the announcement of the winners sa ating poster competition. So awarding the certificate for the best poster is, again, our ERDT program leader, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling. So, meron palang 5 tracks of posters tayo today. So, we have the Semiconductor, Materials and Electronics, we have the Information and Communication Technology, we have the Environment and Infrastructure, Energy track, and Manufacturing and Machinery R&D track. So, 5 po ang ating winners for this afternoon. Ready na po ba tayo to hear kung sino ang nanalo sa ating Best in Poster for that 5 tracks? Are we ready? Yon. Okay. So by the way, pinapa-announce pala nila, in case you want to take home your posters, you can do so after the event. Okay? Alright, so let's start off with the Manufacturing and Machinery R&D track. The winner for the Best Poster Award for the Manufacturing and Machinery R&D track is Joami. Tama ba yung aking ano? Maneha. Tama ba yung aking pronunciation? Are you here? Yes, congratulations. By the way, she is from CLSU. Congratulations. Alright, our next track is the Energy R&D track. The winner for the best poster award in Energy and R&D track or Energy R&D track is John Del B. Obra of UP Diliman. Naghahanap si Doc Tanchuling ng pa-jacket. Wala daw bang pa-jacket dyan? Okay. Next, we have the Environment and Infrastructure R&D track. The winner for the Best Poster Award for the Environment and Infrastructure R&D track is Earl Gerald L. Gregorio from DLSU. Congratulations! Our next track is the Information and Communications Technology R&D track. The winner for the Best Poster Award for this track is... Grabe, ang hirap nung name. Wait lang. Seritoni Gail Yaon. Tama ba yung aking pronunciation? Dito ba siya? From DLSU. Ayun. Very unique. Congratulations! Okay, our last track is the Semiconductor Materials and Electronics and R&D track. So the winner for the Best Poster Award is Victor B. Kalinao from DLSU. And the Best Dressed Award daw. Congratulations, our star for today. Thank you, Doc Tanchuling. Marami pong salamat. Okay, so busog na busog po tayo sa information now, no? Maliban doon sa ating tummy, na busog din sa ating snacks and lunch. And I hope nag-enjoy po kayo sa ating Congress this day. But before we close our program, let us all welcome the Deputy Director of Science Education Institute, Engineer Albert Marino, to give his closing remarks.
Well, magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. At on behalf of SEI Director Josette Bio and the team of SEI, I would like to congratulate all of you for the success of this ERDT Congress. Alam nyo, yung SEI or DOST, for that matter, has been investing so much in R&D at particularly dito sa Human Resources Scholarship Program natin. In fact, the scholarship program ay 1/3 po ng DOST's budget ay allotted for scholarship program. At the rest would be on the research and development and S&T services or the laboratories that kanina, di ba nabanggit kanina yung mga TBIs and the research and development that they're doing. So, as a matter of fact, in November 21, the DOST has launched DOST Compendium of S&T Statistics. At in that survey, the DOST showed that a record-breaking increase in the human and financial resources supporting R&D from 2015 to 2018. According to that study, the number of personnel engaged in R&D increased from around 25,000 in 2015 to around 75,000 in 2018. So medyo malaki ho yun. And there was also a significant increase in the country's R&D expenditures, not only government expenditures but also sa private sector po. From around 22 billion pesos in 2015 to around 59 billion in 2018. But of course, yan ay compared to other countries ay medyo maliit pa rin, no? We've seen improvements in the Philippine Overall Global Innovation Index, or the GII, ranking as well. At from 83rd rank tayo, Philippines, out of the 141 countries in 2015, ay number 83 tayo. And we jumped to about 51st spot out of the 132 economies in the Global Innovation Index reported last year, 2021. And so that's a big jump from 83 to 51st, no? Malaki. So these success indicators give us reasons to celebrate. It seems our hard work is paying off. However, there is still so much work to do, especially in a constantly evolving field such as engineering and emerging technology. So to all of us who are tirelessly working to upscale engineering, education, and research, may we always have the energy and inspiration to fulfill this goal. For we know that the country's engineering capacity is closely connected to its economic development. To the men and women behind ERDT, thank you so much for your vision and diligence. Because of you, our science scholars are not only completing their degrees, they are also given opportunities to become globally competent and globally competitive engineers. The talent and dedication you are putting into this program and in conceptualizing and organizing events such as this is truly admirable. I would also like to thank our guest speakers for the inspiring messages and the insightful discussion, to the DOST Secretary, to our new DOST Secretary, Rene Solidum Jr., for always supporting ERDT program, and our scholars. To ERDT project leaders, Dr. Maria Antonia Tanchuling, for her strong leadership enabling ERDT success, and to our plenary speakers, Dr. Zara Jakiri Sarmiento, Dr. Rowena Cristina Guevara, who is my former boss, Dr. Kevin Yaptenko, Dr. Luis Sison, and their panelists of TBIs from the different universities, Dr. Eugene Rex Halau, and Engineer Isabelo Rabuya for generously sharing their time and expertise. To the participants, our ERDT scholars, the DOST SEI is so proud of you. Today's activity only proved that you are indeed a cut above the rest. The challenge now is to turn the content on those posters into technologies that will be understood by and truly matter to the Filipinos. The 10th ERDT Congress is an accomplishment for all of us, but measuring its success can only begin once more we apply these learnings. I look forward to seeing more developments in engineering research and education, and I hope more scholars will embrace the concept of service learning and becoming technopreneurs. Rest assured that the Science Education Institute, through our ERDT program, will support you in all your endeavors. Again, congratulations po sa inyong lahat at mabuhay po kayo.
Thank you very much po, Engineer Marino. So now we have an important announcement from the ERDT Program Leader, Dr. Tanchuling.
Aking important announcement, we'd like to thank our host for today. Kasi awkward daw na siyang mag-a-announce. So, thank you very much, Dr. Eden de la Peña. So, if you can go to the center of the stage, so I can give you the surprise ba? Oo nga pareho tayo na surprise. Okay, thank you, Dr. Eden.
Sorry everyone, hindi po ako prepared. Akala ko po may announcement for ERDT. Pasensya na po. Okay, thank you, Dean Tanchuling. Okay, ang init po. Okay. Pasensya na. Nakakaloka. Okay, so that's a wrap po. Again, we would like to thank everyone who joined us today. Maraming salamat po. And to our ERDT scholars, congratulations. Hindi man lahat nabigyan ng Best Poster Award, you are truly the best of the best po. Congratulations po sa inyong lahat. And again, see you po sa 11th ERDT Congress. This has been Eden May de la Peña, your host for today. Have a great day ahead and mag-iingat po tayong lahat. Salamat po.